Welcome everybody. We're just settling some technical issues, so I think we got that all situated. Just waiting for people to. Is it the music or just no sound at all? Can you hear me now? How's that? Is that better? Yeah? Okay, thanks, Denise. So, yeah, we'll just wait for. I hear you, perfect. We'll just wait for a few more minutes. We'll see if we have more takers coming in here to kick things off with us. Let's go, let's go. All right. So, yeah, thank you everybody for joining. I'd love just to, as people filter in, if you feel to, type in the chat where you're from, where you're participating from. Just gonna just wait just a few more minutes. Bye. I'm in Canada at the moment. Just got a few people messaging me here as well to tune in, so get them access and get things off. Super excited to have everyone here. This is my first big event like this, so I'm excited. Okay, so we just got a reminder going out for everyone that we're starting. So just got a message from the team. Actually, Eric and Glenn are both on the team. So thanks guys for the support. Philippines, hey, wow, beautiful. Again, if you're just joining, just asking you to participate with where you're from in the chat. Just a quick overview. So we're going to kick things off today with a little prayer, a little meditation, just to kind of drop everybody into the space. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what to expect for today. I'm going to share a little bit of what I'm calling the freedom method and what that looks like, and kind of what our journey is going to look like over the next 3 days. And then we'll go into our keynote from Foster Gamble, and he's going to be talking about mastering the path of purpose in the science of love. So it's a really beautiful topic to start off with. And just wait 1 or 2 more minutes, and we'll start to rock and roll.
Denise, do you have a question?
Yeah, Denise, please go ahead. Sorry. Oh, you're on mute, hon. Sorry, go ahead. Still can't. There's no sound. Did Hey. Well, I think we're just about 20 after. So welcome. We're up to 10 of the 100 people that have checked in, of the 800 people that have registered, 850 people registered. So welcome, everybody. Just music. So is my sound okay? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Okay. So
It's a lot better without the music. Can hear you really well.
yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So, welcome everybody officially to Unleash Yourself. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to have a beautiful flow of speakers today. I'm going to overview momentarily the freedom method and what that looks like and what our journey over the next 3 days is going to look like. I really want to encourage you to participate in the chat, to, if you're in agreement with stuff. There's, we kind of use like this sort of thing, like snaps or points, or, I want you to get physically involved because, when we're moving, movement is improvement. So, and we'll be able to keep the energy nice and high. So, so I'm just inviting you all to do that. If you haven't already, post it in the chat where you're from. Would love for you to play along with that as well. We've got Dubai, Canada, Philippines so far. I know a couple of others from Canada. So yeah, just play along. And I just want us to start. We're going to start with a little bit of a prayer, a little bit of a, just to kind of drop us all into the same space. I find when we come into a container like this, it's like everybody's on kind of a different radio station and carrying a different energy. And what we do is when we do a quick little meditation, a little bit of breath, it drops everybody in. And then the longer that you're here, it's like we're all going to attune to the same station, the same frequency, and then we'll be able to turn the volume up. So I imagine that you'll really feel kind of a coherence, begin to wash over you, and just a kind of a new perspective, a new flow of energy come through you as you stay with us over the course of the day and the next couple of days. So welcome. And I'm just going to have you all just close your eyes. And then we're just going to come into a presence with each other, a connection with each other. I'm just going to have you take a nice deep inhale in through the nose. And as you exhale, just relax, drop into this space, drop into the present moment. Just forgetting any stresses, any worries, anything of the past. Another deep inhale. And exhale. Just release and find peace. Find the present moment. Find stillness. Another inhale. All the way in. This time hold at the top. I'm just going to hold for 10 seconds. Now as you exhale, just letting everything go. You can even do a little sigh. Just let it go. Dropping fully into the present moment. The present moment is where we can find stillness. It's where we can find a deeper level of presence. It's where we can find a greater level of awareness. And we can begin to take our power back from the outside world that we've really spent focusing on other people and things and places and doing and going. And this is a chance just to be, just to come into that aligned frequency with each other. And just want you to place your hands on your heart. And just ask yourself, what it is that drew you to this event, that drew you to this container, the Unleash Yourself. Ask yourself what it is that you're seeking, that you'd like to receive. As we set this container together today, I ask and pray for every single one of you to receive what you're searching for, what you're in need of. Whether it's new insights, new perspectives, new action steps, a deeper level of understanding of who you are, of what you're capable of. I ask that we come together in a deeper level of connection, wholeness, love, and compassion. And I feel so much gratitude and love for your presence, for your time, your energy. You could be spending that any number of other places, and you chose to spend it here for yourself first, so that we can journey together. And I believe that as we show up more for ourselves and fill our own cups, we can then move forward and show up more fully for each other. And that's really what Unleash Yourself is all about, showing up for yourself first so that we can come together. I feel so much gratitude and love for your presence, your time, your energy, and that I have been given this opportunity to support you in this journey. And I'm also very, very grateful for the team and all of the speakers that have come together to share their insights, their wisdom, their stories to make this event possible. Thank you all so much. Okay. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. And, okay, so we've got Maureen has asked about the agenda. So, um, yeah, we're going to do our best to stay on schedule. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the freedom method now, and I'm going to show some information on that. Then there'll be a short poem that I've created. I've created a series of poetry that talks about oneness and wholeness and our journey and that sort of thing. So I'll be sharing those throughout the days. Then we've got our talk from Foster Gamble at 9:50, 10 o'clock thereabouts, and then so that's a bit of 55-minute talk. Around 11 o'clock, I'll be sharing about um, the if anybody knows about Maslow's hierarchy, it was a hierarchy of needs that he created in 1943. I've done a revision of that, so I'm going to be sharing that revision and what I call societal needs or social needs structure, and it's more of a pyramid. And then we've got redefining your identity at around just shortly after 11 o'clock from Clark Flynn. And then Unleash Your Highest Purpose by Brian Henry at 11:30. And we'll just be doing check-ins, from time to time from there. And yeah, I love that. I love that. Thanks, Eric. So popping open your camera so we can see you, so everybody can participate. So okay, so who's ready to go? All right, all right. We got some hands. We got some beautiful, beautiful. All right. So I'm just going to share the screen and share what really has been coming through me for a really long time, and it's finally time. It's been a really a 30 plus year journey for me to really starting to figure out who Lee is, and it's more than just this physical body. Me, there's a mind, body, and spirit aspect, I believe, to every single one of us. And then we've got the emotional body as well. That there's when we're really connected to that, it's like we can we can fully show up with a greater level of presence and meaning. And deeper connection in our lives, and so today's really all about this idea of opening to new possibilities. Right? And if we look at the freedom method here, so and each of these days within the summit correlates to a step in the freedom method, right? And there's actually two more steps, and I'll talk more about that on day 3. But essentially today's all about opening, opening to possibility, new perspectives. The idea that we can create a new personality, a new identity for ourselves. And I think the old paradigm, the old mindset says, I'm kind of stuck, or I'm trapped, and maybe I'm out of balance, or maybe I'm in self-sacrifice and I'm taking care of everybody else around me, and doing my best to maintain all of that, but I'm really operating from a space of emptiness, and kind of running on fumes. Versus, what I spoke to in the meditation, in the prayer, was this idea of filling our cup first, right, so that everybody else gets to drink from the overflow, right? And then we get to show up more fully in our lives. So whatever that old identity is, maybe you're sacrificing fulfillment. Maybe you're sacrificing, deep connection in your relations. Maybe you're sacrificing your health, right? Because you're in that space of, hey, this is the way I've been taught, and I've been taught that I've really got to show up for everybody else first. And I think this sacrifice is so deeply embedded into our consciousness that if we can switch that, and say, actually, I'm gonna take a noble sense of self firstness, and I'm gonna fill my cup, because I know when I fill my cup first, I can show up more fully for everybody else around me, for everybody else in my life. And then we're no longer in sacrifice, and this allows us to create this new identity for ourselves. And then day two, we're going to move into, and I'll just touch on this briefly because I'll come back to it over the course of the week, the course of the summit. But day two, once we open, if you're not open, or if you're saying, yeah, I'm open to try new things, but you don't really give it a chance, or you don't really believe it's going to work, then I would imagine that we're not really open to it. So the first step is you got to open. You got to open to the idea that something within you is greater than any circumstance, than any situation that's outside of you. Right? And then when you're able to open, then we can start to implement the tools, the practices, the disciplines, right? And this is the activate and optimize. And whether it's the coming into presence and finding stillness like we just did, super, super easy, super short, or breath work, or meditation, or doing a detoxification, or eating the right foods, or structured water, or joining a yoga class or a gym class, or just going for longer and longer walks each day. It really depends on where your level of living is, and really we want to look at better quality of life, at every stage of our life. But you can implement these tools, these practices, in what I call the sacred self practice, and you can start to cultivate a routine for yourself and create time and space where you are really utilizing and leveraging these disciplines so that you feel better, so that you have more energy, so that you sleep better, so that you feel like you're having less stress. And then, so that's the practice component, that's the discipline practice. And then we move into day three, which is the aligning and operating. So the things that you're doing outside of yourself become less about those things, and it becomes who you are. It becomes how you show up in your life, right? And that's that fullness that I just spoke to, and that becomes, you become the embodiment of an aligned cognitive, emotional, physical aspect of who you truly are. And then this would lead into step 3 and 4, or step 4 and 5, which is radical self-responsibility and aligning to and operating from the higher laws. And this journey that will go on, in my humble opinion, from my experience, leads to total freedom and fulfillment. And so that's really what we're gonna move forward in today, is the opening. The opening of the container, the opening to the possibility. I just want to check into some of the comments. Okay, we've got Sherbrooke, Canada. We've got New York. We've got Sweden. Beautiful. Agenda we've talked about. Camera, how many hours every day? We're gonna go probably 9 to 6-ish today. Tomorrow is 9 to 4, and then again 9 to 6 on Monday. Here to serve whatever it takes, however scheduled. Yeah, 8 days. Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Eric. Right, pop the camera, beautiful. Yeah, so just by show of hands, or if anybody has a comment about what I just shared, or any kind of questions or anything like that, please pop them into the chat, or raise your hand if you have a quick question. I think we're despite starting a little bit late, we're yeah, beautiful. So Eric's going to handle the comments and questions. So thank you, Eric. Beautiful. So yeah, if does anybody have anything based on what I just shared? So Denise. Still can't hear you, Denise. No. Do you wanna type in the chat maybe?
Denise, just check, maybe it's your sound, or your like speaker, or if you look at the bottom and you look up to the thing, there's a arrow that's pointed up. It might not be connected directly to your existing microphone. So if just take a peek, if that might be a thing. Yeah, no worries, take your time. Of course.
And I'll just pose it, pose a question as well. Like, you got it? No? So, leading into this, we really talked about what we're calling the blue collar mindset, or even, kind of an old societal program, so uh, to me, to us, the blue collar mindset is, it doesn't matter if you're working, at a 9 to 5, or you're a CEO or an entrepreneur. It's this idea, of a mentality that has pulled us out of balance in our lives, because we've kind of been taught, again, I believe, and this is from my own experience. Some of you may have a differing opinion, but you know, we've kind of been taught that we've got to work really hard, that maybe we've got to sacrifice our health, our relationships, fulfillment, because I mean, we've got to eat, we've got to put food on the table, we've got to, so how many people are working at or have worked at a job that you're not in love with, that you're not incredibly passionate about? I have, for a number of years, so why is it that we have to sacrifice fulfillment and happiness to maybe slave away at something that we don't love to do? I have friends that are away from their families all week long to provide for the family, to provide for a house, and then they're not able to see their family. They're not able to spend time in the house that they're working so hard to make money for. So why is it that we're in this space of sacrifice, when we can actually, I believe, we can bring peak performance into every area. We can have deep, loving, and deepening connections and relationships. We can have a job that we're so in love with and passionate about, that fulfills us, fulfills our souls, fulfills our calling. We can um, have an optimal, healthy physical form, and a clear mindset that's not overstressed and overworked, and that sort of thing. And this idea of bringing balance back into our lives, and bringing this wholeness and this peak performance into every area, I believe, can lead us into this idea of really a peak existence, and to me, that's true freedom and fulfillment. Um, did we figure that out, Denise? Did we get the question? Yeah. Um, so let me turn it up.
So
Oh,
Denise,
okay, okay.
go ahead.
No, no. Maybe you can. If there are questions, maybe you can just read them out.
Yeah. So for anybody, basically, like if there is, like you're wondering if you can't listen to or be here all present, present for the whole event, you have 24 hours to watch back the recordings. And then if you do want to pop into the VIP room and upgrade to VIP, you're then able to also get the whole event, which will also be, totally cut up into, a great experience that you can have back later for a lifetime, plus all the transcripts. And a lot of our speakers are also providing different value added experiences that then you'll also be eligible for as well. So it's just something that if you are interested in upgrading, you're always welcome, of course. So that will be all in recordings. Big love. And pop open your cameras. We really love seeing you. It gives a lot of energy, not just to us, but like I know that Lee and myself are just pumped to see the magic that you guys bring to the table just by being here, with us. So let's do this. This is it. This is time to unleash yourself. So you got to open up.
I love that. Just so everybody knows, Eric is he's been instrumental in supporting me and grounding all of this in and bringing this to life. And he and the team have put together all of the amazing, the website, and really supported in this container. And he's a dear brother. So thank you, Eric, for being here, and for everything you've done. So, okay, so teamwork makes the dream work. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So I'm just going to go through this one more time. It looks like we've got quite a few new participants. So I just want to overview this very, very quick, and then there's so again today, and I'll actually just do day one. So today we're really talking about opening, to new possibilities, perspectives, and this idea that we can create a new personality, a new personal reality, or a new identity. And we can go from that place of out of balance to balance. We can go from that place of, hey, I'm chasing this thing, and maybe it's money, or maybe another way I like to look at it is that we've been so kind of programmed to be the extra in the movie of our life, and we make the boss or the work or the family members, they're the stars. And it's like, wait a minute, I should be the star of my movie, and what would the star of your movie be doing? They'd be making the money, they'd be having fulfillment, they'd be having deep relationships and connections, they'd have a strong, healthy physical form and tons of energy, and all the things. So I truly believe that we really can have it all. And then we go down to, so this is just a kind of another example of the journey, and when we look at the journey, I believe that we're kind of in this state of fiction, over here, and it's the unknown self, the old story, maybe things that we perceived as things that happened to us when we were younger that were wounds, or that sort of thing, and we're in this state of, and again, I'm speaking for myself, and the work that I've done over the last 30 years is this state of, or these underlying unconscious feelings of unworthiness, and it even presented itself on this, like, who am I to bring 30 speakers together and have an event like this, right? And these feelings, these thoughts, these underlying emotions, they're not the result of anything that anybody did. It's just it's kind of how the, I guess, that we interpret, or I interpreted things in my life, and this is this Newtonian model of reality, and that is to say, I'm going to perceive through my senses. I'm going to give my power away to the external person, thing, or circumstances. All right, I'm gonna see certain results in my life that's going to cause me to think certain thoughts, and then those thoughts are going to cause me to take certain actions. And most of the time, we end up repeating the same results. And those results, maybe they're not necessarily optimal, right? But an example is, we look at the empty bank account, and we think, man, I don't have any money. Like, there's just nothing I can do about it. Like, how am I going to get out of that? And then you go down this spiral of just repeating that same existence day in and day out. And that really is, we're in this place of fear when that happens. But when we start to move to love, when we start to understand and know ourselves, and really that's what this journey is about, putting those pieces together. And I said earlier, it starts with our health. When we feel better, when we have more energy, when our mind is more clear and focused, when we feel like we have less stress, all of a sudden, and this is despite aging, I believe, and I'm chronologically 46. I feel like I'm 29, and so that's as a result of mindset, of nutrition, of detoxification, of movement, of there's new technologies, breath work, meditation, really incorporating all of these things so that I feel better, and I believe that when we feel better, it opens us up to really be able to look around and say, man, what else is there? Like, I didn't realize I could feel this good. I could have this much energy. I could be this excited to wake up every single day about my life. If this is possible, what else is possible? And then we're able to start to move into life balance, and that's the relationships, the money, the health, the purpose, right? And then we become more fulfilled. And that fulfillment I'm just gonna shift things here a little bit. That fulfillment moves us into what I believe is fact. Like that is what is possible for our daily lives. That is what is possible. You know, we move from the fiction, this kind of living a life. I always kind of joke, when people ask, how's it going? And I'm like, living the dream. But the key is it your dream or is it somebody else's dream that you're living? And that's the difference between kind of living in the fiction and this kind of programmed societal expectation way of being in your life to moving to fact and you becoming the creator. You moving into this fulfillment and freedom, and it's a self-actualized perspective of what I believe and who I believe we truly are. And it's moving from that state of unworthiness to worthiness, from the Newtonian reality to quantum. And quantum says, you know what, despite what's going on in the outside world, I'm going to turn off my senses. I'm going to go within. I'm going to think different, certain thoughts. And I'm going to marry those thoughts with elevated emotions. And when I do that, I start to create a neurophysiological response in my brain and body. I start to create new neural pathways in my brain. I start to change how I'm feeling in my body. So I'm creating physical evidence that whatever I'm thinking about, despite what's going on in my outside world, is a possibility. And the longer I think and feel like that, the more I become the creator of my reality. I take my power back from all of the external person, things, circumstances in my life. And I'm able to harness that energy. I'm able to harness that power and really become the creator, whatever it is that I desire. So again, that's a little bit about what we're going to start to really dive into. Is this hitting home with anyone? Is this new stuff? Like what's happening for all of you guys at home? Yeah, we're good. Is it like, no, this doesn't make any sense? You're crazy. what's happening? We're good. Okay. So beautiful. So I'm going to go into. I'm just going to share a poem. This is kind of just another perspective, another version on what I just shared. And then we're going to go right into the talk from Foster Gamble. And again, Foster is talking about the mastering the path of purpose and the science of love. And Foster, I do a little bit of an introduction in the recording, but essentially, Foster and Kimberly were instrumental in my journey, my transformation. They created the Thrive documentaries, the Thrive films, and we'll have a link to all of their stuff as well. But they created those films back in 2011, 2012, and the first Thrive movie is the most widely viewed independently filmed documentary of all time. So it's he was instrumental in my journey, as were so many others. But I think you're really going to love the talk by Foster. So I'm going to go into this first poem, and this is called Journey from Inception. And I wrote all these, and you'll probably be able to hear it in my voice, but where'd that go? Sorry. Okay. From inception. Journey from inception. And now I'd like to take you on a journey. An inception. A dream within a dream. A seed planted deep in the garden of your mind, which commenced upon your conception. You see, from 0 to 7, we are in delta and theta brainwave frequency. This means we're recording everything going on around us, things other people do, things we hear, things we see. And so the journey into knowing ourselves begins, or so we perceive. You see, these thoughts produce hard wires, our neural chemistry. And these hard wires begin to generate feelings, our physiology. And if how we think and how we feel creates our personality, and if who we think we are creates our personal reality, then it's little wonder we say we see with our eyes, and yet, do we really see? It's why we long for connection but are so disconnected in this reality. Yes, the journey begins early, remember? Brainwave frequency. At 7 begins discernment, a level of mind, if you will. Some might call it intellect, but the operating system has been embedded, and at a time when we are most indebted to the suggestions that come from all around us, most often with no, stop, you can't, you're not allowed, you're not enough. You get it. But just in case you don't, things like money is the root of all evil, or all red-headed people have tempers that fire and hardwire the patterns that form the architecture of our minds. By the age of 35, says science, 95% of who we are is a subconscious program, a paradigm. Yes, we become addicted to the hormones of stress. 70,000 thoughts per day, 90% same as the day before. We've been taught a Newtonian perspective where what you see is what you get. 1/1 billionth of the light spectrum we've been taught to perceive from our senses. It really gives no glimpse at all. We give our power away to the external thing, person, or circumstances. A new day is arising, a new model on the horizon. The quantum model, it's about causing an effect, taking our power back. No longer the victim, we become the victor, the creator. The latest research stating we can change the body and brain by thought alone. Yes, we can make thought more real than anything. So it's time to stop pretending, time to stand together united. It's the intersection of science and spirituality, the unification we've been awaiting. It's a spiritual force that holds order in the universe. It keeps our heart beating 3 billion times in one lifetime, pumps the blood millions of miles, the same force that loses and remakes 10 million cells each second. It's time to sit up and pay attention. No more distractions, no more pretending. We don't know what we've been missing. Science proves on. Sages have said it for eons. Each of you infinite. Every atom within equaling the mass of the universe, perceiving itself through your perspective. All you have to do is reach out and grab it. Oh, and one more thing you might be forgetting. Aren't we the ones we've been waiting for? So that's just a little perspective shift maybe for some of you. And did that resonate with anyone? Just kind of a little bit of a okay, good. We'll go right into Foster's. So welcome back, everybody. We're just kicking things off. So that means we're day one of the Unleash Yourself Redefining Peak Performance Conference. Today we're going to be talking about this idea of opening to new possibilities, new perspectives, to the idea that you can really recreate identity, your personality, and therefore your personal reality. And so, obviously this is the starting point. I feel so grateful and so much honor to be able to introduce a dear brother. He's been instrumental in my journey with the Thrive movie. I remember seeing the first one in 2012, I think, after it was launched, and that really was a huge stepping stone and such a catapult in my own journey, awakening and transformation. Foster Gill he's president of Clear Compass Media. And he's going to be talking about mastering the path of purpose and the science of love. So grateful to have you here, Foster. Welcome, and thank you so much for taking the time.
You are entirely welcome. Thank you so much, Lee. And first of all, I just want to start out by saying that this is it's an honor and a privilege to be a part of this, both because you have been not only an ally, but a hero of mine. You've supported Kimberly and me in so many ways for years. And I love the topic that you are taking on for this conference. So, and I've spent a long time, on my own path, and I think I have some things that can be of value to people in saving them time in unleashing themselves. I'm old enough now. I just turned 75 years old, and I'm enjoying great health. And in looking back, I would love to be able to provide things just like we did in the Thrive movies, to provide some guidance for people who are 15 or 25 or 45 or 55, because each time we get in touch with a clarity around a principle, it saves us time and increases our effectiveness in the world. So this is what I want to do today. There's basically three things that I want to cover as succinctly as I can, and how they fit together. And as you mentioned, the first one is what I call the path of purpose. The second is the science of love, or the mastery of love. What is that really? Because I think that when we're clear on our purpose, when we are in the experience of love, and by love, I don't mean, some romantic love or, the love for your dog, and that's all great. But I'm talking about the big love, the I of Aikido, which means being one with or merging with the life force itself. So it means being at one with the flow of energy in the universe. So I'll talk about that shortly on the mastery of love. And then finally, once we have worked on ourselves enough to have capabilities, the point of it is not just to feel good. The point of it is not, just to be somebody's hero or something like that. The point is to actually be able to fulfill on your mission, to actually make a difference while you're here on this, this brief spark on planet Earth. So the last one I want to share is much more unusual, and it really is about finding your moral compass. Because there's a lot of very smart, very powerful and effective people out there with no moral compass, and they're not only destroying a lot of people's lives, they're risking life as we know it on planet Earth. So I want to share those three things: the path of purpose, the science of love, and a moral compass. So I'm going to talk a bunch. I'm going to show you some images. I'm going to show you some clips. But also I want this to be a working session for you as well as for me. So I encourage you, while we're going along, even though we'll be moving quickly, I want you to grab a pen and paper if you can. If you're driving, listen to this on your phone or something like that. No, don't do that now. Do it on the recording later on. But right now, grab a pen and paper so that you can actually engage in the suggestions that I'm making yourself. Because, well, as an example, I do these coaching sessions for people one time. I did one for a successful entrepreneur recently who was kind of feeling at a loss and a turning point in his life. We did 2 hours, and he said at the end of it that he had never felt such clarity on his life purpose and path in his life, and that included $50,000 worth of trainings with Tony Robbins. Now, I'm a real admirer of Tony Robbins, and maybe it just wasn't the one for him, but there's very effective stuff here, and please use it beyond just, I'm giving a speech. Okay, with that in mind, what I'd like to do, if that's okay with you, Lee, is I'd like to share my screen and begin introducing you to some of these principles.
Yes, please. I'm just going to grab my paper and pen.
Okay, great. All right. So some of you may recognize the guy in this image, even from the back. Our beloved Lee Davey. I believe this is him kind of checking out the universe. So the title of this this conference, which I love, Unleash Yourself. So when you do unleash yourself, why bother? There's a lot of risk involved in that. Well, you can find out, who am I? And what can I accomplish when I know who I am? Okay, a lot of people come to me and say, Foster, I'm not I don't have a big job in the world. I don't have a lot of money. I don't have a huge network. I just don't see how I can make a difference given what we're up against these days. And so I like to remind people that I don't buy it. I know who every single human alive on this planet is. And what I tell them is, imagine that you are in a swimming race. You signed up for this swimming race. You go down to the beach, but you didn't realize that you look down the beach one way and the other, and there's approximately 60 million competitors. So this is a huge race. You may not have anticipated that. Well, what are you going to do in a race with 60 million competitors? Well, what I'm referring to is at one point, each of us was a little sperm. And you set off on a race, and it was you who won the race over 60 million or more competitors. You were the one who got to that egg first. And that's why you're here. So don't tell me you don't have a lot of power and a lot of intention. So I think as people discover that, they get a sense that, maybe I'm on a path and it feels like there's a larger power that is guiding me. And I would second that and say, yeah, it's the entire universe. It's the universe itself. As Rumi said, you're not just a drop in the ocean, you are the ocean in a drop, and the universe is your guide. So to me, purpose is the beginning of all of this. And let me unpack that for you a little bit, because you could do a 3-day workshop on purpose, or you could ignore purpose forever. But I think until we're clear on our purpose, we will feel, like a cork bobbing in the ocean. And purpose is not just something we make up. It's something that we discover within ourselves. And the nature of it can change as you go along. Most people don't know about it, so let's explore it a little bit.
There are big systemic changes needed.
This is a clip from Thrive 2.
How to begin? I think the place to begin anything is with ourselves. Like the vast consciousness we exist within, it starts with purpose. Our sector solutions wheel covers every area of human endeavor. So once you have found your purpose and the sector you are most drawn to, then look at issues in that area to identify which one best matches your skills and passion. Next, consider which level of engagement best suits you right now. Is it working to meet immediate needs, like helping someone who's hungry to get food? Improving systems, like helping to create easier access to a broad range of health treatments? Or is it shifting consciousness, helping to refine the worldview that is at the root of them all? Aligning with the unified field can lead to an experience of resonance that we call love. Not a romantic crush kind of love, but the big love, coming into harmony with the life force itself. Applying reason and practice to unleashing our spiritual essence is what I call the science of love. A finite set of skills to access this state of harmony. These skills are physical, emotional, mental, and interpersonal. And it's possible to get good enough at each of them to experience a deeply fulfilling and effective life. I believe these skills are not only obtainable, but in fact, evolving new abilities is ordained in our evolutionary code.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. The path, what I call the path of purpose, the first element of this is purpose itself. So what is purpose?
Many people wonder if there's any purpose to life. Arthur Young was the one who pointed out to me that there is nothing in life which exists except as a function of purpose. Every chair, every machine, every toy was designed and built to fulfill some purpose. Every living thing as well is shaped and functions to fulfill the drive that motivates its existence. While teaching a seminar on life balance for several years, I collected data from participants on what they saw as their purpose in life. In looking at the whole collection, I saw that the responses fell naturally into an octave of categories: listening, seeking, finding, experimenting, learning, integrating, protecting, and teaching. First, we listen inside until we hear an inner calling. When we're ready, we begin to seek for something yet unknown to us. Eventually, we find something that feels like what we were seeking, and we instinctively experiment with what we've found to test it out. In the process, we begin to learn what we need to know, and then we can integrate this knowledge into our being, into how we live. As we value what we've found or created, we naturally protect the whole of it. And as we feel filled and empowered at this new level, we're pulled to share it or teach it to others. These stages are also a remarkable match for the powers that Jung said are learned at each stage of the reflexive arc of evolution of any process: potential, binding, identity, combination, growth, mobility, dominion, and then on to the next octave. Knowing already that the torus energy pattern surrounds all living things, from atoms and seeds to people and galaxies, it dawned on me that each of these categories are aspects of the toroidal energy cycle. At various times in our lives, we may focus on different aspects of this spectrum, but each is a part of the whole. I believe our purpose is represented best by the whole torus dynamic, and the spin axis is a critical part of it. It represents not only the integrity, the truth and resonance of being fully aligned with one's inner guidance, but also the direction, the inexorable pull of growth, of evolving our spark of consciousness through each experience of living and of learning.
Okay, that went by pretty quickly also. So let's take a moment, pick up your pen, and here's some samples of purposes that have emerged from various workshops that I've done. One environmental activist came to the realization that their purpose in life is to learn how to live in optimal harmony with our natural environment and to teach others to do the same. Another healer said, "My purpose is to live as healthy a life as possible and to help others to heal and flourish." This is actually my life purpose, is to learn more and more to thrive and to share what I learn as effectively as possible with those who are interested. So notice that these purpose statements are not grounded in time and space. That's what a goal is. If you say, I want to be a millionaire by the time I'm 30. I want to create a successful business by the time I'm 25. I want to finish my PhD, whatever. Those are great. And it's important to have goals grounded in time and space, because then you can measure whether or not you're actually getting it done. However, purpose is different than that. Purpose is like going north. There isn't an end to going north on planet Earth. It's a direction that or more accurately on planet Earth, I would say there isn't an end to going east. You just keep going. So purpose is a general statement that guides you, and then you can have goals along the way. So I encourage you now to look and see, if you already know your purpose, write it down. If you don't, then just ask yourself, well, what is my strongest passion? If I were on my deathbed, what would I most want to have left? And see if you can write down a statement, starting with "my purpose in life is," and then express a phrase that describes the type of activity about which you're passionate. And then ask yourself, is part of your purpose to share that with others? Because what I've noticed is in 95% probably of the people I've ever worked with, at least later in life, part of the purpose goes beyond yourself. And if it doesn't, it can be very frustrating. So see if you can write down, my purpose in life is something, and describe how you're inclined to share your realization for others' benefit. Okay, we're going to go on, and feel free to come back to that if it's not complete for you already. Okay, so if the first element is purpose, the second is sector. So ask yourself now, and this is part of potentially coming to your purpose, ask yourself, which sector of human activity are you most drawn toward? Now, it may well be, 2 or 3. For me, it's like at least half a dozen. But see if you can pick the one that has the most energy for you. Is it justice? Is it education, or media, or science, or arts, or relations, or spirituality? Maybe it's worldview itself. And write down the sector that you're most drawn to. Okay, so we've done purpose and at least taken a first cut at sector. So next is issue. So within that sector, if your sector is the environment, and what you want to most work on is getting rid of toxic pesticides, or GMOs, or environmental toxins in the atmosphere, or whatever it is, write down the issue that would be most satisfying, not only for you to work on, but for you to actually be successful in. If you could complete a particular issue, solve it, which one would it be? And write that down. And you're welcome to change this. You're the only one who knows the right answer to these questions, and they will change from time to time as you go forward. But write down the issue. And then the next one, and you saw a little bit of this. Well, no, before we go into the last one, in relation to issues, when people ask me, well, Foster, what can I do in the world that would actually make a difference? I tell them, and particularly those of you who've seen the Thrive movies, you know that I spent 3 decades making what turns out to be a quite accurate diagnosis of what's wrong in the world, what is in the way of our thriving. So that's the whole, what I call the global domination agenda, all this fraud and corruption that is worldwide now, trying to create a global police state and depopulate and destroy so much of the environment and so forth. That will collapse. By definition, it's unsustainable, and it will collapse because it's all fake. It doesn't align with the energy of the unified field. So when it does collapse, instead of panicking and going to the next authoritarian regime, which is what has always happened throughout recorded history, this is the first time when humanity can actually have the opportunity to go to viable alternatives that don't involve complying with an authoritarian state. So what I encourage people to do is, once you've identified your purpose and sector, ideally issue, then look into these type of issues like truth media, real education, honest money, holistic health practices, new energy sources, organic polyculture farming, a stateless society. We'll go into that in a minute as an alternative to authoritarian governance. But in any case, my point is, if we have sustainable whole system solutions already thriving on this planet, when the exoskeleton of the global domination agenda collapses, we can simply, those of us who aren't there already, can simply shift to the systems which actually work. So hopefully that's helpful in terms of determining your issue also. And then I tell people that this is simple, but it's not easy. So be ready to defend your whole system solutions non-violently if possible. And I'm very serious about that. This isn't just some new age workshop the world is in right now. This is very serious stuff. This is life and death issues. Okay, so path of purpose, we did purpose, sector, and issue. Finally, level of engagement. This was covered very quickly in the clip that I showed. And this has helped a lot of activists not to burn out because you don't have to do it all. Maybe you're an immediate needs person. Maybe you prefer to work a little more abstractly on systems change. Immediate needs is more the service realm. Systemic change is, it says itself, it's more the change. And then the third one is consciousness shift. And that's more transformation itself. It's not moving the chess pieces around. It's playing an entirely different game when you shift your worldview. So consciousness shift is the third one. Consciousness shift is very highly leveraged because the more accurate your worldview, the more effective a system you can create, and therefore it's going to meet people's immediate needs more effectively. None of these are any more important than any other, even though consciousness shift is more highly leveraged at the macro level. Individual, real people need immediate needs met. So the key thing is to find which one you most want to work on, and then simply find people who love to work on the rest. And big projects that I've done around the world that have solved problems, we usually end up with people who are passionate about and good in all the sectors and on all three levels of engagements. And it's a huge relief to everybody, and it's super effective. I can tell you stories. I won't take the time right now. We've had huge successes all over the world because of this whole systems model, the way it lines up with the nature of the unified field. Okay, so that's section one. That's the path of purpose. Okay, we're going to move on now to the science of love. And what I'm talking about here is the challenges of self-mastery. Even though one can get better forever, the challenges are not endless. One of the key things I've learned in my life is that there is usually a closed set of skills that you need, even if it seems really daunting. And once you know what they are, then it's not so overwhelming. And what I'm suggesting is that there is actually a rational science to going about mastering the experience of love. And it doesn't mean, oh, you know, how can I be clever to get this girl to like me or this guy to like me? It's not about that. The more in tune you are with the experience of love, the harmony with the unified field, the more people are going to be drawn to your vibration. They're going to want to be around you. They're going to want to talk with you. They're going to want to collaborate with you. Then they're going to want to figure out how you did it, because this is what everybody's looking for. So I've broken this down into, you know, these are words that you're very familiar with. It's just important to make sure that you see them as a set. So the first ones are physical, emotional, mental, and interpersonal. Physical for me started with sports and went on to martial arts and yoga, and continues with various physical paths all my life. The second one is the emotional. We'll go into that in a moment, but it's not conquering emotions. It's blending with emotions. It's mastering the riding, the surfing on your emotions successfully. Then the third one is the mental, and the mental is not just like being smart or acting smart or figuring something out. It's learning more and more how to have an open mind while being able to focus your mind, how to really think effectively, rationally, critically, and at the same time be fully in touch with your intuitive guidance. And then finally, interpersonal. When you get some sense of mastery of yourself, it can fall apart in a moment. I've known Zen masters and yogis and psychics and so forth who were real masters in certain realms, and their relationships were just horrendous. Well, it's really critical that you master skills of communication as well, so that you can really include another person. Like this image, you can really share your own resonance and include another person's and learn how to resonate together. And there's very specific skills that I taught for 20 years in Silicon Valley on that. So fundamentally, in terms of your personal life, it's those four. So let's look into those a little bit. We've just talked about physical, emotional, mental, And when, I'm sorry, oh yeah, I'm going to add in spiritual here, because when you align sufficiently body, and interact successfully interpersonally, happens, spiritual body is unleashed. You don't have to go looking for it's who you are. And yet it's not, once again, that's a very simple concept. It's not easy to get rid of all the resistance that our culture tends to reinforce in us to actually having your spirit flow freely. But I don't know of any more exciting or rewarding path. And then in addition, once you have a level of mastery of those other 5 levels, then comes the environmental level, because you need to then take those skills and blend it with the entirety of nature in which we're surrounded. And that means planet Earth. It also means the cosmos, of which we're a part. Okay, so let's look for a moment into perhaps the most challenging of all of these, which is the emotional, I find, in working with people. Here's a clip we put together on what I discovered over years of studies with some of the masters on the planet, of what in the world are emotions and how can we make friends with them.
Emotion is a key aspect of the life force, that which motivates us. Looking at emotional dynamics through the lens of Aikido energy awareness, I learned that while emotions can alert us to situations that need our immediate attention and action, they are often triggered by some inaccurate belief like, I'm worthless or I'm unlovable. When we are centered emotionally, as well as physically, life energy pours effortlessly through our bodies. Then, when we're alerted to a potential danger, it releases extra energy to prepare for potential fleeing, fighting, or other high-performance requirements. If we contract against it, it's like squeezing on a balloon or a hose, and we feel an overstimulation in the belly that we call fear. We are conditioned to think fear is the problem, that it's bad, and so we fight against it as if it were an enemy. Practicing Aikido showed me that resistance to a force, in this case an alert, starts the problem. Look at how so many of the so-called world leaders seem to be struggling to suppress their own fear, and then taking that same strategy of deception and domination into critical international situations. Fighting against the stimulation we call fear seems to further contract the energy system, moving the overstimulation up into the chest, where we experience it as sadness and a sense of loss. Many modern cultures discourage the free expression of sadness, especially for men. We're supposed to keep a stiff upper lip, be strong, be a man. Yet if we resist this experience, it further stifles the flow of motive energy, squeezing it up into the head where it creates the vibration we call anger. We can experience anger without having to take it out irresponsibly on anyone. If instead we repress it, our vital energy is contracted right out the top of our heads, and our energy body starts to disconnect from our physical body as apathy, which can lead to depression, literally the depressing of our vital force. So what's the key to unlocking this process? As in Aikido, blending with the force. People generally come out of depression not into joy, but into the anger that was their last connection to their body. Allowing the vibration of anger without force or inappropriate action allows it to disappear. Then the sadness will tend to reemerge. And if we can stay centered in the experience of sadness, it too can dissipate, like a completed yawn, into the original feeling of fear. As we learn to let go of tightening against what we call fear, it too can evaporate, restoring the center of our emotional vortex to its natural alignment with the center of our being. This can be not only a relief, but a profound opportunity, often unveiling the initial triggering thought. This can be a moment for revising some skewed belief and better aligning it with our true nature. then our emotional energy can rise up once again, up the spine, this time as vitalizing expansion rather than destructive contraction. Our centered torus field can expand to amplify the energy in the belly as excitement, then including the heart area as enthusiasm, and on to the throat and face as radiant joy, finally transcending the boundaries of the physical and infusing the whole body with transcendent bliss. Such a state may not be ideal for driving or usual social interactions, but it's magnificent for healing and for intuitive insight. Understanding this functioning of emotion can encourage us to be more open to experience our feelings responsibly, to relax our bodies and to free our minds, returning our energy to a centered state, allowing the natural breathing of our organism to fuel its energy and creativity.
Okay, now let's look at interpersonal for a moment. I'm going to go over this very rapidly. This what we'll do in a few minutes here is a full-on day-long workshop. But just to give you a sense of this notion that there is a finite set of challenges that we need to master in the interpersonal realm. Breakdowns in relationship are almost always breakdowns in communication. So what are the ways that we can interact in communication? Well, someone communicates with us, we can ignore them. This is the same when if someone's attacking you or trying to give you a gift physically, it's the same as in communication. You can ignore them, you can try to distract them, you can argue, you can fight against them, or you can receive and respond. That's like the blending and leading in Aikido. If you're doing any of the first three, ignoring, distracting, or arguing, you're not having satisfying in communication, and your relationship is not going to be successful. You need to learn how to receive and respond. Just like in Aikido, you need to learn how to get out of the way, and then blend, and then lead. Okay, so the problem in a communication, it's not unlimited. When there's a problem, it's because a communication has been unexpressed. You know, when you sit on it, when you withhold it, it just gets worse if it needs to be expressed. Or you tried to express it, but you were inaccurate in how you did it. Or you expressed it, and even you expressed it accurately, but the other person wasn't in a situation or a state of mind where they could hear you. Or you did all of that the best you could, but they misunderstood, took it a different way. Or finally, they even understood you, but there's still a disagreement that they're not willing to confront. If you actually hear each other and then need to negotiate a resolution to something, that's kind of the final and most nuanced breakdown. Again, I don't expect you to remember all of this. It's just to give you a sense that the problem is actually quite finite. There's these particular dynamics, and once you understand them, and you can access all this on my website, I'll give you that address later on, then you can go, you know, as a couple or as a business team or whatever, and look at these and go, okay, where did this break down, and what can we do about it? One final thing on communication is when you're learning to express yourself accurately, it's not an unlimited number of mistakes that we can make. It's actually, from my research and training, there's basically seven pitfalls that most of us are terrible at every day. But you can learn to get really good, just as in martial arts or sports or arts or business, other things. So just to give you a quick notion, we won't go into depth on these, is one of use of ED words. Instead of talking about real feelings, like I feel sad, I feel angry, I feel happy. Those are all feeling words which actually resonate with the feeling if it's true inside of you, and then amplify that feeling so it can grow to its next natural level. But our culture has developed all these ED words like I'm worried, I'm scared, I'm pissed, I'm annoyed, I'm frustrated. There's literally hundreds of so-called adjectives for feelings which are not feelings at all. They're descriptions of something that supposedly somebody else did to you. So you're actually a helpless victim not in touch with your feelings when you're speaking about your so-called feelings in ED words. So it's a really powerful one. The next one is that sentences begin with you. If you've got a problem, you need to share yourself with a loved one or a work colleague or something like that. If you're starting your sentences with you, you're probably off to begin with, because you don't know really what they're thinking, what they're feeling, what their experience is. So instead, if you start talking about yourself responsibly, I'm feeling this, I think this, I request this, I promise that, then no one can argue with that, because it's your own experience and it inspires the other person to then talk responsibly about themselves. Questions that are actually statements, like, how could you be such a jerk? You're actually making a statement, you're not really asking a question, so it annoys people. The use of but instead of and. I wish I could play the piano, but I don't know how. That's what stopped my mother from playing the piano for 60 years. She came to my workshop, she saw this, she replaced it with, I wish I could play the piano, and I don't know how. And the next day she went out and started piano lessons, because she wasn't butting one reality against another. The always never trap. When you're telling someone else what they always do or what they never do, you're not being accurate 99% of the time, so they're going to stop paying attention to you. So just be accurate, and then just talk about, sometimes you do this, or I request that you more often that you do that. Past tense descriptions of present tense description of past tense events. I'm just not a successful person. I always blow it, at the critical moments. I'm not a lovable person, and so forth. These are present tense descriptions of some thought that you had about yourself in the past, or something someone told you about yourself that was false, but you bought into it. And it's been negating a lot of your vitality ever since. So once you put these descriptions in the past, like I used to think that I was worthless, that I was unlovable or something, you unleash yourself from that negative belief system. And that's oftentimes the type of thought. When you come down from anger to sadness to fear, you experience the fear and you come back to center, there's a magic moment when you can actually move from feelings to thoughts, because you're no longer off in your emotional body. And if you look accurately at your thoughts, there will always be some sort of thought there that triggered the negative, contractive feelings. And it'll be a thought like, I'm unlovable, I'm unworthy, I never succeed, something like that. So if you simply put it in the past and then replace it with an affirmation about, I do deserve love, I am doing my best, I am a full-fledged human being, it's incredible the power that it unleashes. And finally, feelings, which are actually thoughts. I think I feel that you're a jerk. No, that's not a feeling. You're not sharing your feelings. You're just sharing one of your own thoughts, and not a very helpful one. So if you actually go to the feelings, it'll start triggering your feelings. And if you let yourself feel them authentically, it's very endearing to other people. They want to be of support when you're simply feeling your own feelings and sharing them, rather than accusing them of being the cause of them or something like that. Okay, I know that that's quick. I'm not going to go into environmental, but we talked about that. Okay, now I want to cover as quickly as I can the last of the three key segments that I want to pass on from 75 years of searching. And that is, this is a statement from my favorite philosopher, an ethical philosopher named Stefan Molyneux. And he said the greatest fight in the history of the world and the world of ideas, it's quite a claim, is the fight to establish a universal morality. So what's a universal morality? What's even a morality? We're not taught morality or ethics in school anymore. Well, it's critical to understand that a morality is a guideline for your ethics. It's like the relationship between physics and engineering. There's the abstraction, and then there's the behavior. And ethics is the actual abstraction, and then morality is your day-to-day behavior. So years ago, I mean, centuries ago, millennia ago, we didn't have any morality. It was just whoever had the biggest club and the biggest gang got to set the rules. Then the church came in, and it was a big improvement because every major religion has a sense of ethics. But the battles between the religions about whose ethics were right and what God really told them and all that led to hundreds of millions of murders. So then the state came in, and the state came in with a rule of law that was supposed to apply equally, and it was a huge step again in the right direction. However, then the churches all battled with each other. We had the Crusades, we had the religious wars, and again, hundreds of millions of people died over who had the direct access to God's word. So what we need is a scientifically based, rationally based, secular ethic that everybody can agree with. Well, that's quite a tall order. You know, it's tough to get your family to agree on where to go for dinner, and much less get all of humanity to agree on universal morality. Well, guess what? There's really good news. In my entire life of traveling around the planet and all the hundreds of thousands of people that I've spoken with, everybody agrees to one thing. It's called the non-aggression principle. They don't want to be violated against their will. The non-aggression principle is an ethical stance which asserts that aggression is inherently illegitimate except in true self-defense. This is not pacifism. It's non-aggression. You don't get to initiate force or fraud against someone else. Aggression is defined as the initiation of physical force against persons or property, the threat of such or fraud upon persons or their property. Martin Luther King said the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. So look back to the pharaohs, to the priests, to the kings, to the dictators, to the prime ministers and presidents and premiers and so forth. There is an arc, and it is bending toward more and more justice. It's bending toward individual sovereignty, the freedom of the individual to live as they wish as long as they're not encroaching on anyone else's person or property. So democracy has been a big improvement, but at best, if it were honest, it's mob rule. And that doesn't turn out well with a lynch mob. And that's just an extreme example. And look around us today. The key is we're not there yet. Democracy was a shining light, but it wasn't the top of the hill. What we're missing, in my opinion, from my entire life's research, the most exciting thing I've found is the non-aggression principle. No one can initiate force against anyone else against their will, except in true self-defense. So it leads to what's called voluntarism. It's not an ism like socialism, communism, or fascism, because it's not coercive. It's not something that people have to do. It's an absence of something. It's a description of a condition of protection of individual rights. The application of the non-aggression principle universally across the planet and throughout the cosmos, no matter how advanced some extraterrestrial species seems to be, we don't need to subjugate them or subjugate to them. This is the key throughout the cosmos. The problem is that everybody goes, oh, that makes sense. So I think that sounds good. But then they turn right around and endorse their local government. And the government in and of itself is by definition at its root a violation of the non-aggression principle, because they take your money against your will, call it taxation, and they couldn't survive without it. The key is they shouldn't survive because they're corrupt. It's a few people under some guise or other demanding the right to rule over others. So the main work that I'm doing now is educating the world about how the world could work through voluntarism, where there are no people in charge of other people. There's no coercion whatsoever. Now, it's a mind-blowing concept. It was for me when I first got introduced to it 15 years ago. However, There's a quote attributed to Victor Hugo. It says, "There's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come." I believe this is the most powerful idea on the planet. And if we don't get it as a species, we will probably extinct ourselves relatively soon with the bad behavior and sophisticated nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons that we have developed, unless we get this universal morality. So it comes down to free to act without doing harm. Rules, but no rulers. There's still organizations, associations, businesses, but no coercive government, no coercive corporations, because corporations are government-sanctioned, potentially coercive organizations. So I know that's a huge subject to open up very quickly. I hope some of you are familiar with it already. For me, these are the three keys that I can pass on after a lifetime's research to lead to the experience of yourself unleashed. And I'll end with a quote from the Indian philosopher Rabindranath Tagore, where he says, "I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and found that life was service. I acted, and behold, service was joy." Okay, that's it for me for now. Thank you for your attention. You can find me and all of the movies, shows, blogs, all separated by sector and issue, easy to find on our freetothrive.com website. It's all available for free. And I also put out periodic articles, videos, and we have community meetings online. I hope you'll join us and follow. Thanks, Lee, for the opportunity.
That was so incredible. I had chills on some of the quotes, and I feel my heart opening even more. And really, that's what we're talking about for the next 3 days is this idea of moving into total freedom. And I love volunteerism. And I've started to look at it as this idea of really taking radical self-responsibility. If we all take radical responsibility for all of our own feelings and actions, then we can express our own law. We can put up our no trespassing signs, with regards to our property, whether it's our land or our body or whatever that is. But not doing so from this place of freshness or trying to get each other, but again, taking that accountability, but then lovingly, gently, nobly holding each other accountable, calling the state, or instead of calling the police or a lawyer, saying, hey, maybe you're not aware of it, but your actions right now are causing me harm. And if they continue, I'm going to consider it a wrong, and then I'll consider it a trespass, in which case I'll actually hold you liable, but I want to give you the opportunity to have your trespasses forgiven as I would want mine forgiven.
And there will be independent dispute resolution organizations and independent security organizations and independent insurance organizations, all competing in the free market to deliver a great product at a reasonable price, and all held individually and organizationally accountable to the non-aggression principle. So we're not that far off, but it's all the difference in the world.
Yeah, I agree. And I think by coming into that alignment with non-aggression principle, by default, we're coming back into alignment with a higher level of morality.
Exactly. And I think as we learn to do that as a species, there are many, many other species out in the cosmos who are waiting, like a parent would with a toddler who's learning to climb the jungle gym by herself or something like that. They're waiting until we get that. And once we get that, then I think we'll be welcomed into the brother and sisterhood of the cosmos.
I'm excited. I got chills again. I would love to talk the next 4 hours with you, Foster. There's so much brilliance behind, your journey and everything that you've shared. but unfortunately we don't have that time. But you define peak performance.
Well, I love that question. It's one that was a guide for me for a long time. I had a consulting business for 15 years called Zone Sport. And I was a peak performance consultant for athletes, particularly high school, college, and professional athletes. So I dealt with that question a lot. And then I also did other types of corporate consulting and communication consulting and so forth. So peak performance was and still is a thread that goes throughout it. And to me, first of all, it was important to realize that that the peak in peak performance doesn't mean you have to be the best in the world. It doesn't mean you have to be the best you can possibly imagine right now. The peak is more like almost like the purpose. Like it's a direction that you're going. You simply wake up each day with an inner intention to improve, to get better and better, because our potential is unlimited. So if we use the notion of peak performance in any of these realms, like a beacon, like a lighthouse that's kind of guiding us through the fog safely, then it can be a real friend rather than, a daunting taskmaster.
I love that. So continuous. What is that quote? Continuous, like a continuous journey towards a worthy ideal, or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Foster, thank you so much for your time and your wisdom and everything that you've gone through to get today, and movies and just everything that you've really brought to the world to serve humanity and help us to really expand and what I imagine is remembering at this time of who we truly are and what we're truly capable. Thank you so much.
You are entirely welcome. I am really excited to learn from the other mentors in this conference and from the participants. I think I would leave people with a last phrase. My motto these days, after a lifetime of seeking, is truth floats and love wins. So keep that in mind as it's daunting to figure out what's really going on. Keep remembering the truth is the unified field itself. It's reality. So it is emerging everywhere. And it gives us energy if we are truly seeking it. And the other is that if you can stay more and more in that beacon of love, then you will win. We will win. And it's not a matter of conquering over. It's a win-win. It's actually supporting people at all levels of coming back in harmony with the unified field. So thanks for the honor of participating in this. And I look forward to being in person again one of these days soon, Lee.
Absolutely. Me too. Thank you much, Foster. And for everybody viewing, we're just getting started. So continue to tune in. We'll be back with our next speaker.
Okay. Business needs to print, can print it.
Technology. So I would love to. I want to kind of unpack that a little bit with everyone, but I know we've been sitting for a little while, so I'd love to get everyone up just for 1 or 2 minutes and just move around a little bit, just shake it out. It's always a good practice. We talked about just you can sit in your chair and move, but I like to stand up sometimes. So stretch it out a little bit if you want. Just again. Press. Take off the energy. There's a lot that Foster shared. Really impactful, really insightful.
When I was young, I tried to build a paper plane, but
My fear.
my head told me no.
share with us?
My parents set me down and they tried to explain that I had some time to grow. But I stayed up all night until I got it right, and in the morning I screamed, hey, look, I made it. When I was young, I tried to build a paper plane, but my head told me no. But I knew I was special, and when I didn't believe, I'd remember the moments when my family's waiting for me. And if I had a dollar from the ones that didn't believe, I could sail away and live my life at sea. 'Cause I made it, yeah, damn, I made it. Oh, I made it. 'Cause I made it, yeah, 'cause I made it. Yeah, damn, I made it. Oh, I made it. 'Cause I made it. Sometimes I think about why we do what we do, and the world tells us no. These walls were made to
Hi.
break, and I am breaking through.
Remix.
It does, it's hard to show.
Woo!
And even though I'm scared, I know that I'm aware that I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. When I think about why I do what I do, it's everything to me. And I knew I was special, and when I didn't believe, I remember the moment when my family's waiting for me. And if I had a dollar from the ones that didn't believe, I could sail away and live my life at sea. Oh, 'cause I made it. Yeah, damn, I made it. Oh, I made it. 'Cause I made it. Yeah, 'cause I made it. Yeah, damn, I made it. Oh, I made it. 'Cause I made it.
So beautiful. So beautiful. So, how was that talk for everybody? What came alive for you? What did it bring forward? Bring forward any emotion? Speaking truth with love? Any questions? You know, I had chills for the second time. You know, obviously I posted the interview with Foster, but hearing it again, I got chills in some of the same areas. You know, when he was talking about communications and around our feelings and the non-aggression principle. You know, and how we can really move forward without any rulers. Like we can rule ourselves. We can take care of ourselves. You know, we truly step into this idea of radical self-responsibility, and it begins with the journey that we're starting on today is opening to these ideas. So is there anything that came forward for you? Is there anything that's really alive that anybody wants to share that's on your heart right now?
I'll share.
Yeah, please.
For me, I think the biggest thing was really just paying attention to um, our emotional intelligence. And I think that, when as I was growing up as a little boy, like I remember being conditioned by the outside world, um, that like that wasn't what was real, you know? That the energy of what was inside of us wasn't real. That feeling, that intuitive behavior wasn't inside of us. And it didn't matter like uh how much uh, my parents tried to like teach that part and instill that part. I was so conditioned by the things that were being said by society that didn't allow me to break free for a very long time. And it's fascinating for me because my parents like would instill that abundant like energy, that intuitive behavior in the way that they like live their life, but it was like I was confused. I would almost like not listen, and so I rebelled. And then when I took the time to get more curious, um it caused a lot of like I needed to go through a lot of pain and suffering. And I think if we were communicated that, like if more of the outside world as leaders took more responsibility to communicate effectively through media and embodiment and morality, it would ultimately enhance the next generation. I knew it would have. I knew it would have helped me because it's so fascinating. You look up to your parents, but then you like go out into the outside world, and the outside world is telling you something completely different. And it's like to me, this is like profound because we don't realize how much of the outside world is actually conditioning our children, does even if you try as parents to do everything you do. So it's so important for us as a community, as a family, as a nation, as an international community to really take more responsibility, not just in our own lives and our own ways of embodiment, but also then like having these profound experiences, conferences, opening up these profound conversations, because then together we empower each other to step to the next level of paradigm. So that is yeah, what I was just feeling to share. So thank you for letting me to listen, and that is or letting me to share. But that was like something that came up really profound for me.
Thank you for that, Eric. And that, I mean, of course, resonates with me. I think as men, at least I imagine as men, again, we're kind of crossing this bridge from the old paradigm of strong men don't cry, strong men aren't vulnerable. We've got to kind of have it all figured out, and take care of things, take care of the family, and that sort of thing. And we're both a part of a men's group called Men of Means that we're really talking about emotions. We're really being comfortable in being present with those emotions and feeling those emotions, and then being able to express them. And I'll just share with everyone a framework that we're using, with regards to effective and clear communication is I notice, I feel, and I imagine. Right, so we're able to take ownership with this this technique for speaking, and it's as simple as I notice how you're speaking, or I notice um, how you're showing up in this moment. I imagine it's because you're angry, or I imagine it's because you're scared, and that makes me feel happy. That makes me feel scared. That makes me feel angry, right? And so to be able to frame it like this, it's like I'm owning my imagination, and my imagination is mine. So I'm not saying you're doing this to me. I'm saying this is what I'm imagining is happening from you, and obviously my feelings are my own, and a noticing is just what I'm perceiving through my senses. A noticing is is anything that can be recorded. So approaching things like that, and showing up authentically and vulnerably, and truly from like an honest and open space, allows a deeper connection to happen, and allows the space to open up to be able to provide healing, not only for me, but whatever that interaction is. So it's a really beautiful space, and as I shared earlier, I'm closing in on 50, so to be just learning these techniques now, um, I'm just imagining the next group of children and men that are coming up that will have access to these tools, and so we can begin to walk this line of, yes, still being strong and being vulnerable, maybe being a protector, but being connected to and expressive of our feelings, and so just from a male perspective, to be able to bring this type of communication and ownership to really to every area. It's such a profound shift in um, what we've been kind of led to believe is the way to do things. And then the non-aggression principle. Did that just by like show of hands? Did that resonate with people in terms of my property, whether it's my body or my physical property or something I own or have created? It's like my property is mine, so I should have a say, and almost like literally like putting up no trespassing signs, and saying, hey, like I own me and you own you, and I honor you as long as you honor me, and vice versa, and I, and this in part is what this journey is about. When I talk about total freedom and fulfillment, and on day 3, I'll share with you a freedom poem and manifesto that came through me, that I created, and to me, and I'll pose this as a question: are we truly free? If and I believe freedom is in how we show up in the world, and in being able to show up truly authentic, without masks or hesitation, without fitting into societal roles or expectations, or expecting anything in return. Travel with regards to our money, with regards to what goes onto or into our bodies, and if we're not able to do anything, go anywhere we choose, so long as we intend no harm unto another being, then are we truly free? I'll just kind of leave that as a seed for everyone, to really ponder throughout the rest of the day, and over the next couple of days, because it's my conclusion, in my own journey of this, was that no, I'm not, and so what are the things, what are the bridges that we can cross individually and then collectively to come to this place of total freedom on every level in every area of our lives? To me, that's the journey. That's been the journey. So and it's a beautiful, difficult, amazing, incredible, scary, exciting journey. So anything else that's bringing forward for people? Any other questions? Anything that we want to talk about with regards to that specific topic before we move forward? Oh, we got our hand raised. Beautiful. Maureen, yes, please, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your comments, and for Eric. Yeah, preach, that's all I'm going to say. I think it can be difficult to envision and navigate the bridge of, right, unlearning, so to speak, versus what you both described, which I, wholeheartedly believe in, and I have trust that humanity will move in that direction, because there is no other choice, as I look at it, because nothing else is sustainable. And we see that now, it's all crumbling. So I do struggle, although admittedly have not focused on finding, yeah, even around wording or knowing how to navigate, you know, what is the first step. And, you know, I know the first step in anything is awareness. That's our greatest currency, you know, so it's great to have the awareness. But then, yeah, I just wanted to comment that sometimes it can be difficult to, yeah, just even envision what the steps would be without getting to overthinking it too much, if I'm making sense.
Yeah, 100%, Maureen, and I love that share because, you know, again, it's the steps can't show up until we're open to it, and you can't see the 100th step until you've taken the 99 before it. You know, so it's like looking at the top of the mountain and saying, okay, it's somewhere there. I'm gonna take my 127th step, and my hand's got to go here, and my foot's got to be placed here. It's like, how can you ever see that? You know, until first we open up the possibility, and then when we open up, it's like step number one will show up, and then step number two, step number three. You'll be able to see the next step in front of you, but you can't get too far ahead of yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you know, it's probably a reminder for me just to, because I do wholeheartedly believe just turn it on yourself, right? Work on yourself. I completely agree that optimal health is the way to, you know, have that conscious connection to the field. And sometimes maybe I, you know, discount the importance of that because it seems not trivial, but you know, like, oh yeah, of course we should all work on our health first, kind of thing. But that is a foundational thing for me, at least. So
Yeah, and it's something that, you know, it's like the old saying, we don't know what we have until we lose it, right? And so it's
yeah,
like, you know,
yeah,
and again, it's going back to before achieving that balance and that health. It's if, if we're super stressed and, you know, it's like, oh my god, I'm just trying to get through the day, and then I don't have any energy left. How do you entertain, you know, higher consciousness? How do you entertain, you know, freedom at a level of, you know what, maybe the governments don't have our you know, best interests at heart. You know, maybe there are other solutions to. But how do you get to that point if you're just struggling to get through your days? You know, so back to that health, the self first, filling the cup, and then it's like, okay, open, have more energy, my mind's super clear. Okay, I can start to entertain some of these other concepts, these other ideas.
yeah. So yeah, and thank you for, yeah, just thank you for the forum, you know, the forum and all of this. Yeah, I truly appreciate it, and it's never too late and it's never too early, because you know, I'm 58, and you know, I probably got in the game around 40ish, and yeah, I would have killed to have this information at 20. So yeah, the younger, whoever we can reach, we reach. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else right now? Feeling called to share anything? Move forward. Okay. So I just want to share on the kind of the heels of that. So spoke to it just briefly earlier, and this essentially is, so this is the old, this is Maslow's hierarchy, you know, and again 1943 he came up with this hierarchy of needs, you know, that was like um, amazing for what it was at the time, but you know, I feel, and I'm going to use and going back to Foster's talk, and it's just like a lot of our other societal um, structures. It's time for us to evolve. It's time for us to move forward, you know, with new perspectives, new insights. And, you know, so just as an example, you know, if we look at um, safety needs, right? Personal security, employment. Um, I added some key words, you know, security of body, purposeful employment. Again, you know, if we're just employed and we're like, man, I
Lee, can you zoom in a bit? Because I can't, like, I don't think we can see very well. I mean, I can. Thanks, bro.
a little bit better.
Hmm.
So, again, just using employment as an example, it's like if we're dreading getting up every day because we hate our jobs, and I know so many people do that. I know I went through a stage like that where I was just like, man, I was making good money, especially out of high school. I was probably making more money than I've ever made, but I hated what I was doing. And I'm like, if I'm going to do this for the next 40 years, like it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So purposeful employment, that key word, purposeful, needs to be in there. And again, from my perspective, um, the physiological needs, air, water, food. Well, a lot of our food is being contaminated. So like organic food, breathing, sound air, fresh mineral water. There's reproduction. So is the reproductive method, is that consensual? Sleep, homeostasis, nutrition. So there are these key words that that I've included in the top of the pyramid, which I've turned into a diamond. Because again, if we kind of look at the um, societal pillars, if you will, I'm just going to get rid of this one. The societal pillars that our current operating system, our current societies are operating from, is the physical and mental. And so it's we're thinking about everything, we're doing, and where's the emotional intelligence, where's the emotional connection, where's the spiritual? Somebody wrote in the chat earlier that we're spirits having a physical experience. Well, so where are those foundational components to how we live our lives, to how our society actually operates and runs? So and again, it begins at the bottom of the pyramid with knowing thyself, connecting with thyself, expanding your health, right? Truly knowing who you are. And there's, one of my favorite quotes: know thyself and thou shalt know the universe and God. How many of us truly know who we are? Not the perceived persona of who we've come to believe we are by our name, but at a deep level. How this mind, body, spirit matrix within which the I resides, like how does this all work? Am I just walking around kind of unconscious and habitually, or am I able to really, take control of my mind and think and focus about what I want? And again, that's a shift from.
Turning a little bit.
Please have everybody mute, please. From the Newtonian model of reality to the quantum. So connected to and expressing our feelings, letting go of the past. So again, this is a part of knowing thyself, and this is really, this idea of starting to move beyond the conscious mind and into the heart mind, into the subconscious, so that we really begin to master the art of living well, and having this idea of like the polymaths, back in the day, had an understanding of art, math, music, and science, and that unlocks the different areas of the brain, so we bring more coherence into the brain. And we'll talk about that a little bit more on day 2 and 3 as well, right? And then we're getting into the body, building a strong physical vessel, understanding the anatomy of physiology, the movement. Just what an incredibly amazing machine, the most incredible computer this body, this mind body that we have, is. And most of us have no idea how it works, how it functions, or how to really optimize and take care of it. And so again, this is that journey. And then we get into the revised hierarchy, and this to me is kind of our our elevator back to a a new operating system, and it begins with how we operate within ourselves, and really being able to come into a space of wholeness and a deeper level of connection with the self, a deeper level of understanding. And then from there, it's like, again, just the gates continue to open along with our understanding. And we move from the individual, right? Because, again, how do we get to the collective? How do we get to a collective coherence and a collective space of harmony? We can't go there without first coming to that space of harmony within the self. And so even though we are an all one consciousness, a collective, we can't get to there without first doing the work ourselves. And one of my favorite quotes with a mystery school I studied with years ago is, heal the self, then we can heal the world. Heal the self, we heal the world. Right? So it comes back with the self journey, and that self journey begins with the health. And then it opens us up until we can get to that point where we're creating those bridges to the collective. And I believe, not quite as long a journey as Foster, but really my journey started about 30 years ago, maybe a little more. And then over the last 10, I've really been traveling the world and connecting with so many incredible beings, and I believe we have solutions for every sector of society that Foster talked about. And now we're learning how to bring those solutions together and create bridges to each other, and bridges for the rest of humanity to find those solutions, so that we can literally cross the bridge to a new way of being, a new way of living, a new world, and one that really works for every single one of us. So I know I shared a lot there as well. So is there anything from that anybody has before we jump into our next talk? Questions, any comments, concerns? How are we feeling? Are we still with it? We still good? Still ready to rock and roll? Okay. Most of our friends are self-ruling. Got that. Freedom never ends. We have the freedom to accept our difference as we interact with the something. Yeah, absolutely. And as Foster said, it's like freedom it's like going east. There's never an end to how much freedom we can experience. I don't believe. These are just my beliefs. You can, obviously check in with yourself and evaluate, and you don't have to agree with everything, but just definitely ask yourself the questions and sit with them. If anyone need to share cameras, pop them open. Yes, if you've just come in, pop your camera open, share where you're tuning in from, and if you're in agreement or in alignment with things that are being shared, you can kind of do some little snaps, or we'll get you moving and that sort of thing as well. So Darla from Texas, beautiful, welcome Darla. So okay, our next talk is, just going to pull it up here. We've got Clark Flynn, and it's redefining your identity. This will be another powerful. I mean, all of the speakers' shares have been beautiful and powerful. Just get that up for you. So welcome back, everyone. Cool. We are, of course, just kicking things off here in day one. We're really talking about opening up to new possibilities, new perspectives. This idea that you really can recreate yourself. You can recreate a new identity, a new personality, and a new personal reality. And so, of course, this is the starting point, right? You can't move to the next step until you've even opened up to this idea. And I'm super excited about my next speaker, next guest, dear brother, longtime brother, gym friend, mentor, coach at times. Really, really amazing brother, Clark Flynn. And he's a registered massage therapist. And Clark's going to be talking about redefining your identity today. So welcome, Clark. Thank you so much for doing this. I'm so grateful to have you here. And as always, it's an honor for me to, even just be in conversation with you. So.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. Yeah, and we've had lots of conversations and experiences inside and out of the gym. So if I just back up, I was a normal kid like every other kid. As a Canadian kid, I sort of dreamed of being a hockey player, playing pro hockey. I had my favorite team and favorite players. And that's kind of how I defined myself when I was a kid. And I don't think I'm any different than a lot of my buddies who had the same thing. There were parts that were maybe motivating me more than others, which was my household, the one I grew up in. I had a dad who was physically a big man. He had a job as a fighter pilot. And so a lot of the stuff we did in and around our lives always had to do with a physical nature. We were kids that went to Sunday school and attended church, and at times he would go. My mom would always go, and it's funny when I look back on it, many of the times my mom went, she was marked up from an interaction with my dad, at various times. So I had this, as a little kid, there was always a fear inside me of doom and gloom. What was the situation going to be like when I went down to breakfast in the morning? And even at night when you'd go to bed, you'd be woken up by, lots of noise, yelling or things breaking or words, spoken in a harsh tone. And, but you certainly don't share those with other people. In fact, you really don't even, as my brother and I were talking, we never even shared it amongst ourselves. Not with my brother, who was my roommate. We were always in the same room for years. We had bunk beds, and so you go on through your youth. You keep yourself defined as a hockey player. I wasn't a strong student. I don't know what are all the acronyms people throw around these days, and they're all respectful. But if you said someone had ADD, for sure I had that. I had some learning disabilities that were on top of that. So I never put my energy into school. I really did a lot to put my energy into after school activities. Didn't matter what the sport was. I was not a big kid, so I didn't pick the basketball, or I didn't pick team sport like soccer or anything like that. I picked individual sports a lot beyond just hockey. So I had great success as a wrestler. I was, a small kid, but I had my own weight class. I also liked other sports like water sports, not the swimming aspect, but water skiing, because it was just me. And if I start to look at myself, I carried that weight or that definition even through my high school years when I was playing rugby and that. That's how I saw myself in school when I walked the halls. I was Clark, the wrestler in the winter months, which is when our high school wrestling season was. And in the spring, I was Clark, the rugby player. And I managed to make it onto a club team, so I defined myself as Clark, the rugby player, through the summer months too. And you carry yourself that way like it's really you. Like you are, you're this height, this weight, but that serves your purpose in that sport or that activity. Never got myself into conversations about schooling, never got myself into conversations about higher level work activity, because I thought really I was just going to be a pro hockey player. And if that didn't come to fruition the way I wanted it to, well, then I was going to put myself into the military like my dad and be the, follow in his path. And as I moved into university and wasn't successful in getting into military college in Canada, I really started to find joy in the weight room. I'd never trained in a gym before. And it happened that some of my classmates were going to the gym one day at university, and I went, and I had no idea what I was doing, but I thought it was great because there was weights there for me. Like, yes, there were bigger barbells with more weight, but there was one there for me. And I just fell in love with that activity. I really connected with the weight. And it was only a few months into that, going to the gym at lunch hours from our university program, that I met the National Olympic weightlifting coach who was based out of Ottawa, Aldo Roy, and I joined that club. And so really very early on in my sporting career at a higher level, I had the national coach, beside me. And from there, everything sort of fell into place for my life as an athlete, as an elite athlete, because I had a training partner who was already an Olympian. I had a coach who was a former Olympian and the national coach. And I had all these people around me that were about excellence. And it worked for me. It worked for who I was. The eating, the lifestyle. And in fact, in my first year and a bit, after leaving home to go to university, I had grown 6 inches and put on 80 pounds. Those are real numbers. I know when we hear somebody say, "Oh, I lost 80 pounds," or I, did something. No, I actually did. And it's not because my mother was the worst cook on earth and I didn't eat much. It was just for my body, I started to grow. And I did it in the context of, having a very good atmosphere for growth, stimulated by the weights, but also by proper eating, and also by being around people who are good in that health style or healthy lifestyle. And but as I'm doing that, I also fell into a good group of guys that were bobsledders, and I made the national bobsled team. There was a void, and I managed to be who I was, filled in the gap. I had the right physical structure for the team at the time. And so I'm still defining myself as Clark the Olympic lifter or Clark the bobsledder. I'm not talking about Clark in any other way, not in my head, not anywhere. And I wasn't doing well at school. That was okay. I'm not defined as a student. I'm defined as an athlete. And as I moved through my sporting career and, made different teams, World Cup teams or World Championship teams, I also started to find some breakdown in it because there was no other pieces that were working. And what I would do is just shift more energy into the gym or into the track or into push practice, which were all pieces of my sporting career. In terms of relationships, they were very, very short, very intense, but I didn't want them to interrupt my training program. And as I moved through through the sporting career, I met, and when I retired, I married another athlete, a female athlete, and we had 2 young daughters early on. And I found that I had real big struggles defining myself as a husband and as a father, because the example in our household was very male dominant, and it wasn't going to work in her relationships. She had a much different household growing up, and she wanted to be a much different partner than I had envisioned, or I had envisioned how we would work together. So early on, there was lots of difficulties, and yet with kids, you sort of work your way through. In the work environment, which I had to enter into, that had its challenges too, because I wasn't in a field that I was completely comfortable in. And I had this underlying insecurity of being judged, because now I'm not being judged on my physical abilities. I'm being judged on my ability to solve problems that were work related, not socially or interactively, but with using different designs in math and that. I went into an industry of water slides and worked for a company locally that designed, built, and manufactured water slides all over the world. And I liked it. I had a good boss. He came from the sporting background too. So from that aspect, it was really good. There was this, sort of energy of winning, winning, winning. But deep down, I couldn't find security in it. And
So, Clark.
Yeah.
So how did you make that transition from, kind of where you were and how you identified yourself as, it sounds like, as an athlete, but not really in any other way? And, what would you share with somebody who's, kind of in that same state right now? It doesn't really matter what they think of themselves as, but how did you open up to the idea that, okay, maybe I'm putting too much energy in this one area, and if I actually put it into some other areas like my relationships, then that could benefit, I could actually have a more balanced, more fulfilled existence. What would you say to somebody who's in that, and how did you identify it and make that change for yourself?
Well, it was the recognition that it wasn't working was the biggest thing. The tools I had to have a relationship were failing. And so that's I think in all aspects, that's the thing we have to first realize is what do we want, and do we have the right set of tools, the characteristics, that the relationships to have that, whatever that is, a relationship with someone else, or a relationship to money, or a relationship to happiness, or however. And so there was a giant void because I realized I didn't have the tools. I didn't recognize the problem until the problem hit me in the head. And yet there were years of not being able to find that fulfillment from the girl's mom. So in that void, then I started to look, and I started to look at people who had what I perceived to be successful relationships, and those that maybe I didn't understand the relationship, but they seemed to be happy all the time. I could talk to them that way. And that became a really big thing, was how do I ask somebody about a relationship or about their relationship when I don't even understand what a successful marriage is? Because sometimes we think it's, well, they're still together. They've been married 40 years, they're still together. And that's really a poor way to judge the marriage. And sometimes we can ask people who have divorced, and they can tell you what a successful marriage is and where they had it and where it broke down. So those were conversations I started having with friends, not friends, people who I had not been, not been friends with, but, knew they had pieces of their life that I really thought were interesting, that they had happiness, as well as, because when a marriage breaks down, there's obviously things that filter down to the kids, as well as talking to youth, and talking to, other parents about their relationship with their kids, how they parented, or how they manifested their relationship with their kids. So for me, the failure in my marriage was the thing that opened up the door to everything. It just, because it was public. It was humiliating to me because I had defined myself as I'm married, like that's done. And that's the other piece, I'd go, okay, married, done, kids, done. And I would move it away and never really go back to it. Okay, a marriage is every day, a lot of breath work, like breathing it in, breathing it out, asking them, how do you feel? Are you meeting your goals? Am I supporting you in meeting those goals? So those types of things. So in that regard, that's how I would, talk to people about it, or started to. And then you go look at.
Did you have any awareness before, like you said, it kind of hit you on the head, and I assume it was right, but were you aware that things were starting to go downhill, and that you were, maybe heading for something that you needed to change? Or
I'm great at denial, man. That's a, and that's a
I think we all are.
Well, it's the big thing in sport, you just go like, I'm not looking at it, I'm not looking at it. I'm going to get around it another way. There's a traffic jam up there. I'll just take this corner, and I won't worry that, oh God, I got back into the traffic too soon. So I was aware at times, and I was very scared of how it looked, because, I knew I didn't have the tools. And I think deep down, I knew I was not the person, as I was, that could get out of this without some real work. And to be honest, I wasn't willing to. I didn't know what the work was, but I wasn't willing to do it, even if I knew what it was. I was not willing to back down and say, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
So what would you say if you could go back to that you when you kind of turned a blind eye to what was going on, or somebody else that's in the same situation that's, you know, it hasn't erupted yet and they haven't been hit on the head, what would you say to them? What would you say to yourself back then?
Man, just, you know what? Man up and admit your mistakes. Just say it. And I wasn't hiding anything. I had not done anything. I hadn't interacted with another person. What I hadn't done is properly, openly, respectfully interacted with the girl's mom in a way that had her be celebrated as a partner, as a woman, you know, as a mother to the girls. That's at its very basic. That's what I had not done, and accepted that sometimes, even though you have made a vow that you're, you know, for better, for worse, you know, all of this, that you're going to stand the length of time, sometimes it's just not right. Sometimes they want to go in a direction that doesn't support you as a person. And that's okay. You know, to have that be there and hide from it and think it'll go away, or be hurt, or, you know, anger on top of hurt, you know, in your interactions with them, that's not a good thing too. So I would look back at me and go, step up, open up, share, and be vulnerable. And it's okay, man. You'll get through the next day, you know, just the moment. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Time will move and you'll learn to be better.
Yeah, that's a beautiful share, you know, and I feel like sometimes it's a lot. We think it's easier to ignore the problem and sweep things under the rug, but, you know, ultimately it ends up just building up. It's like our health too, right? Like if you have some sort of a minor health issue, or, you know, something's out of alignment, you continue to ignore it, it's gonna exacerbate it. It's gonna get worse and worse.
Yeah, and I think we have to really back up and look at the pie of life. You know, there's our formal education, you know, through schooling, whatever, courses, books, however you look at it. There's our you know, our education that we learn outside of school. These interactions are very educational. And then we have to look at our fixed relationships as a son or daughter, our relationships with our siblings, if we have any, parenting, you know, our relationship with our friends, and really start to look at, are we just being superficial? And I don't want to be the guy at the you know, the dinner party that's like, so what do you really believe, you know? But I'd like to think that we could talk beyond just the weather and politics and that sort of stuff, and find a place or a way to connect with that person that says, if I'm hurting, and I mean hurting at the deepest level, I can reach them. And I'll just tell you, a number of months ago, my youngest daughter, had a dog. And I don't want to say it that way, like it's a dog. She had a soul in her life for almost 11 years. And she had to make the very difficult decision to put Lady to sleep. Because it had come on extremely fast, but we recognized that Lady was very, very sick. And, you know, we always joke in our household about Taylor, like, talk about the one that's was always the challenge. You know, just if the school was going to call, you knew they were calling about Taylor. You didn't even have to ask, you know, who they were talking about. Anyways, Taylor made the decision on her own after just listening a little bit, but mostly listening to herself. And it was interesting who came forward. So I would say to somebody, they'd say, how's your day going? I said, well, it's good, but tomorrow I have to go to my daughter's. You know, we've scheduled to put Lady down. And they go, oh man, sorry. You know, we had to put our dog down once. It was bad. And then they just move on. And I don't mean to, you know, that's how they look at it. But there were some people who I would say were not close friends that just really got how painful it was to me. It was a big surprise to me. It was a total surprise to me how it hit me then, still hits me. And I do celebrate the years that Lady was in Taylor's life and the impact it had on Taylor. but I also look at how Lady had impacted my life and the things that I did to disrupt everybody else's world but make Ladies better, like feeding her pizza because I was having pizza, you know, or what have you. But, you know, those are the interesting relationships that I hadn't fostered very many of them. There's yourself and Dan and, you know, 4 or 5 other people, but not beyond that. But it really did show up then. All these people that would came into my life, even people that weren't even clients of mine, and said, I heard you have a situation. And they didn't share their experience. They just, you know, would give you a hug or just look at you. And that said to me that I have stepped aside of a lot of relationships, maybe in how I responded to others when they gave me a situation that was deeply painful to them. And I would just, oh, wow, man, that's too bad, you know, and moved on. So it was a big checkpoint for me.
Mm. Yeah, it's, to me, what comes up is, you know, this idea of really being present, you know, and how do we be present to others if we're not present for ourselves first?
Yeah.
You know?
And it happens a lot. You know, even in one day, it happens a lot. How are you? And how quickly you answer. You go, yeah, I'm fine. And you move on and you go, you know, maybe that person was willing to help you just with something and you didn't give them the space to, because you're in your head about something, you know? So it just something always I need to check with.
Yeah, and that, you know, that presence is, I think, what allows us to open to the idea that we can change our identity, you know. And if we're out of balance in our lives, or if we're just peak performing in one area, but our health or relationships, or, you know, we're not fulfilled, if any other aspect of our lives is suffering, then I think that's a good starting point to you know, kind of get your head up and start looking around and asking yourself, like, you know, is everything in my life optimal? Do I feel like I'm a peak performer in every area? If the answer is no, then it's time to maybe start opening to the idea that something's got to change.
Yeah, and I think we have a very narrow view of what's peak performance. For me, it was, you know, it was in the field of sports, you know, and then when I shifted it to school, and then I would shift it to work, but I wasn't opening it. I was just shifting it, you know, like this, and it's only in the last few years where I've opened myself to listening to your conversation with me. It was back 2010, 2011, when you had taken your journey in plant medicines, and I didn't listen to you. I didn't hear anything you said. And then I open up what last year it was, and you go, yeah, you know, here's where I went. It's like, I never heard this, you know? And then we start to look, and I was very rigid in my walls, in my building about what I need as, you know, me, you know, physically me, to be a better human being, to be a better me. And the fact that it took for me at that time to go to Peru, to go into the Amazon, to, you know, Donna Maestro and Don Alberto, and be exposed to that. Like that on its own still spins my head a bit, you know, that I had to go there. But those 9 days, those 5 ceremonies, and the shift in me was dramatic. And it was dramatic enough that my brother, whom I had not had a strong relationship for almost, 45 years, that he heard me talk about my dad, our father, that he then a week later, you know, took the steps to put himself in Peru to that same retreat.
Wow.
And he, you know, and he's the A-type, right? He's a fighter pilot, commander of the air fighter group in Bosnia, you know, F-35 test, but, you know, he's got all these. And he, you know, shakes your head, rigid face, jaw clenched, you know, like Bill's a fighter guy. And away he went, because he realized that his whole life has been about battling and warfare. And his biggest battle was with how he had positioned my dad, and it had unfairly so, negatively impacted his whole life, relationship with his boys and his his past wives and his current wife and his relationship with his family. And there was that shift. And now you start to look at like, oh, I could connect with him again, you know?
Yeah.
And I could connect. And the fact that you go and you meet 10 other people from around the world, you go, oh man, I know somebody you know. I never spoke with them before, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't think we all have to go, you know, into the Amazon, but I think we need to open up and start to go, how is it that I listen and how is it that I see me? Because the me I am today is so different from the me I was before. And I want people to know that. I want people to be able to go like, wow, man, I just saw Clark again. I haven't seen him in a few years. Has he ever changed? Like, never mind the ponytail and the Lululemon clothing and all that. I mean, he's changed. He's not about measurable, superficial pieces, you know? He's not about his ego anymore. You know, he really asks questions when it's appropriate about how they are being.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's beautiful. And I've seen the changes as well. You know, it's you can't miss them, you know. So I wanna ask just one last question. So you talked about how you used to define peak performance. How would you define it now?
So I don't know that I have a true measuring stick for how I define it, but I think I define it at the end of my day, you know, that I got up in the morning, you know, I put on my suit, my armor of ego and everything. And I hope at the end of the day, my armor is dented and cracked and rusted. And that's where humility has tried to break through. And I just kind of keep doing that. I want to know at the end of the day that I've had a moment where I could feel myself well up with tears over a situation I can't impact in my presence, you know, that I can't go to that village or those people that are starving or those people that have lost their home, but I can put the energy out in there that I support them. That as strong as I am, if I were there, I would carry them out. I would do that. And really, I have to look at every day like that. And that's why I still go to the gym, because I think one day I'm going to be asked to do something that's superhuman, and I'm going to be able to do it because I prepared for it, you know, every day, not just physically, but I did it for the right reason, you know, and this could be just like my daughter last week when she got married. And I said, okay, who do I have to be for you? And she's like, Dad, just hug me. When you think I'm being overwhelmed in this ceremony, just hug me. No problem. I can do that all day long, you know? So I think, you know, my measuring stick now is when I go to bed, can I look at my day and go, I accomplished that, and I'm certainly ready to do it tomorrow, and not have anything that's bothering me, you know, like the to-do list that didn't get done. No, I'll do that. I'll do that first thing. You know, I know Tony Robbins says that all the time, you know, get your to-do list and the most difficult tasks you do first. No problem. I don't think it took Tony to ever tell me that. I know that. Get that one out of the way. You know, if you got 6 things on your plate you got to eat, and that's the worst one, you know, it's beets, eat them first. Get them off the plate.
Absolutely.
And they are beets. They are beets. I'll eat Brussels sprouts last. I love them.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Brother, thank you so much for tuning in, for sharing your gifts, for sharing your information, for everything you're doing in the world. How can people get in contact with you? You know, anything you're up to, or sharing, or courses, or work that you're doing. How can people get in touch?
Yeah, they could just shoot me an email. So Clark Flynn, ClarkeFlynn .RMT, registered massage therapist, RMT@gmail.com. And they just have to put your name in the subject line. I'm good. If they've connected with you, we're already, you know, in some way in relationship, and we're in a way in a family, and we just want to move the ball forward. So it's our energy, our positive light that goes with us.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll have all the links and everything to your site and your contact info, and if If you're in the Ottawa area, folks, Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, then you're going to want to connect with Clark.
Okay. Wow. Wow. A lot of stuff on being vulnerable, staying in the moment, staying present. Really opening up to how we listen. Kind of going back to that authentic communication. Anything that stood out for anybody during this session? Anything that's really alive that you want to share? How did that make you feel? Anything at all? You still rocking and rolling here? How's everybody feeling? You need to move again?
Doing good. Actually, I really liked the topic in regards to acknowledging. What I loved most about what he was talking about was the acknowledgement of himself,
Yeah.
where he came in and tuned finally into himself and was able to begin redirecting himself in all aspects of his life.
Mhm.
One of the most important pieces for all of us is to learn how to tune into that so that we can address the issues. It starts within, it's not from without, it's not going outside of us to do it. So that really, for me, hearing somebody else speaking that, if that space of identification, it's one of the things that I teach about most. And so that for me really stood out. And beginning that journey to, as you were saying, that first step to, or that 99th step before the 100th step, when we're doing that, when each step that we're taking is allowing us to begin that true realization of ourselves. So I really actually enjoyed his message because it really does tune everybody into looking within and not outside.
Absolutely. I love that. Thank you for sharing that, Darla. It's true. It just comes back to knowing the self, beginning with the self. How do we tune into others if we're not tuned into ourselves? And then that kind of comes full circle into being more present. And that's why I love the breath. I'll we'll talk a little bit more about the breath as we move on today and into tomorrow. There's a breathwork session that I'll go through, and one of the other speakers is talking about the breath. And just what a powerful catalyst it is to bring us into the present moment, to bring us into the space of stillness. Because again, if as we shared, as I shared at the outset, if we're focused on doing and things and people and places and perceiving through our senses all the time, then we're going to create lots of kind of incoherence and scatteredness in the brain, right? But as soon as you use the breath, it starts to quiet the thinking mind. You start to shut out the outside world and close off the senses so that you're able to drop into the present moment. And that present moment, if you look at it as even identifying with the spaces in between the breaths, it's that's where the stillness is. That's where your power is. And so stopping the kind of the co-regulation with being busy and doing and sex, food, drugs, whatever it is that we're doing to preoccupy ourselves from just being with ourselves and being in the present moment. If we can tune out all of that stuff and learn to do it, then we're able to hear. Then we're able to, just be more fully self-aware. And then in that self-awareness, we're able to share that presence and that awareness with each other. Okay, just gonna catch up on some of the comments. Just hopped on. Welcome, Brooke. Love that you're dudes that are awakened. Grateful you exist. Thanks, Lynn. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely together. Anita, the only way out of this mess is in. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I also like the only way out is through. So beautiful. Okay, so without further ado, if everybody's feeling complete, there are no other shares. We'll move right into our next talk.
I just wanted to love on that comment, bro. Love that you are dudes that are awakened. I love it. So good. So good. Oh man, life is a beauty.
What a blessing! What a blessing! Who was that? Anita. Hi, Anita.
Lynn Min. Lynn, are you available?
Yes, yes. Sorry.
So fun. Anyways, I just thought it would be. I thought it was fascinating that we're hearing from beautiful men regularly, and the ladies are like hearing like, hey, um, we're tapping into it. We're figuring it out. So I think it's a gift.
Gift that's going to keep opening up, I believe. Okay, so let's go right into unleashing your highest purpose, and this is another brother, Brian Henry. So I'm gonna put that up. I'm gonna start that.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Back to day one. We're just kicking things off, getting things going here, and of course, we're talking about this idea of opening to new possibilities, new perspectives. This idea that you really can recreate yourself. You can recreate a new identity for yourself, a new personality, to really change your personal reality. And I'm so excited about my next guest, dear brother. We've been weaving back and forth since we met in Bali. I want to say back in 2016, somewhere around then. So it's been a minute. And Brian Henry is he's founder of Together We Ascend and a transformational coach. And he's going to be talking today about unleash your highest potential or highest purpose. So welcome, Brian. Thank you so much for doing this, for coming on, for everything that you're bringing into the world. Super grateful to have you here, and yeah, looking forward to your share and just finding out a little bit more, about you for all of our viewers, and anything else you want to share.
Yeah, man, and thank you for creating this platform. I know how much work and time and energy goes into just bringing together something like this. So, honoring you for taking this step towards supporting all the people that are tuning into this.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. So, just maybe quickly, we'll circle back to this at the end as well, but just a few more words on who you are, what you're up to in the world, and then love for you to talk to us about, really unleashing your highest purpose.
Wow. What am I doing in the world? Being me. Being me. Just trying to live true to my values and what's most important to me. I value both the inside and out game, right? Inside being the character traits that I want to embody, the person that I want to be for myself and for those around me. And then also, of course, I love playing in the game of the world and creating amazing things and creating impactful things, things that both are a reflection of those values I mentioned, but then also an expression of my inspiration, of my excitement, as well as what sort of impact that I want to have in the world. And like you mentioned, Together We Ascend is one of those creations, and being a coach for people looking to serve their highest purpose and actualize their highest potential is one of the other forms that my service and what I'm creating in the world takes.
Beautiful. Thank you for everything you're doing. So tell us, let's dive into how people can unleash their highest purpose in life.
Yeah, I'd love to share. Yeah, I guess I'll start with this. Before I ever do a talk, a presentation, or anything like this, I answer two questions. My first question is, what's the one perspective or idea that I want someone to walk away from this experience with after hearing me share? The second question is, what's one action that I want them to take after this? I think we'll come back to the one action, but yeah, it feels appropriate to just kind of set the stage with the one perspective. So if there's any one idea that I want someone to come out of this experience with, it's this. You're here for a reason. You have a higher purpose. And it's in aligning with this that you will come alive. You'll come alive with a sense of fulfillment, a sense of passion, inspiration, joy, abundance. I truly believe that the greatest path that we can walk is the path of serving our highest purpose. So I think recognizing that first and foremost, realizing that like, there's a reason for me being here. Anyone listening to this holds true for, right? Because everyone is their own unique expression of the all, of the divine, and inherent in that is purpose, right? And it might help to sit back and just kind of look into nature and see that like, everything in nature serves some sort of purpose that goes beyond just its own existence, right? Everything is contributing to this experience in some way or another. And I believe that we all have this within us. We came into this lifetime, we came into this collective experience here on earth to unleash something. Does everyone do that? Probably not. Is more and more people doing that today? Yes, there's a lot of people that are listening to this and being a part of this this event that's taking place. Going to do that? I believe so. So coming into the awareness of this, I think, is step one. And then, of course, there's a lot to how do we discover what's of our purpose? How do we after discovering it bring that into our experience? How do we express that? And then I'll lead you to steer me in terms of which one of these steps, which part of this stage of this process you feel is best for us to dig even deeper into.
Yeah, how does somebody even open to that idea? You know, I think all too often we get into this kind of co-regulation with, you know, whether it's busyness or alcohol or sex or, you know, whatever it is, so that we don't have to feel the feelings. And, you know, it's like we're kind of in the washing machine going around with all of our stuff. So how does somebody get outside of the washing machine long enough to recognize where they where they are in a given moment, and then open up to this idea that, man, you know, maybe I'm not living my purpose. Maybe there's something more that I am meant for.
Yeah. It's an amazing question, and it's a great analogy because yes, when we're in the washing machine, it can be pretty hard to see clearly and really gain that perspective. One of the things that comes up for me is that this idea of our purpose can sometimes, I want to say, be hard to reach. You know, not everyone is I'm going to say ready to start thinking about that, because there's let's say certain things within their, I feel like there's certain things that need to kind of be addressed as the foundation for us to even begin to open up to this idea that, hey, maybe I'm here for something greater than this. And what I mean by that is just really getting clear on, you know, what it is that you're desiring. I feel like there's this this stage that happens before the stage of reflecting on one's purpose that can entail a little bit more of just what do I want for me, right? And that takes taking a pause, right? So again, just to really clarify that, if it has to start with just what do I want for me, I do see that's the starting point for so many people, getting their foundation right, before feeling inspired to serve something larger, and that's okay. Now, if we're in the washing machine and it's tossing and turning us, and we're into this whirlwind, I think the best thing that we can do is take that pause. So many haven't yet, from what I've seen at least, haven't yet even taken the time to really reflect on simple questions like this. What is it that I'm desiring? What are my core values? What's important to me? What do I want for my life? And being in the whirlwind of these distractions, and these distractions can take many forms. It can even take the form of working a job you don't like, right? That you have to spend these long hours in, that is occupying your time, your attention, your energy. But one way or another, I think we all have to find that time and space to really just be still and observe and reflect. And if these answers aren't coming easily, the answers to some of these questions I mentioned, I find that taking that pause and just being in that space of illness allows for some of these insights to start to come through. But we, like you said, we have to kind of make sure that, or take that step out of the washing machine before we can even gain this perspective.
Absolutely. Yeah. What would you say? So somebody who's addicted to the busyness, right? Because that becomes an addiction as well. And not that people aren't busy, but again, somebody who's in it, it's easy for you to say, like, I've got kids and I've got a job and I've got to put food on the table and I've got to make dinner and I've got to, like, this is my life. Like, I don't have time to take a pause. Any kind of tips or tricks on, first of all, how people can identify that, and on how they can create that space for themselves?
Yeah. It's as simple as that. I don't have time. I'm not to, right? And with regards to our responsibilities, hey, I got it. There's things that need our attention. Our kids need our attention. Our jobs need our attention. And yes, and recognize that we're still in the driver's seat, choosing to place our attention on what it is that we're placing our attention on. And so I think that reframing of realizing that it's not that I don't have time. We all have time. It's how are we choosing to spend our time? And if something isn't happening and we aren't choosing to spend our time on it, it's not as much about not having the time for it as much as it is about not making it a priority. I guess the other thing I want to add to this is that if you are one of these individuals that are caught up with so many other things, start small, right? If you create this time and space for even just an hour, right? And we'll talk about, I think, in a sec, how we spend that hour. But I truly believe that if anyone that is finding themselves in the situation of, not being in alignment with the life that lights them up, let's put it simply, right? If you're unfulfilled in one way or another, if anyone in this position creates this time and space to take an hour to themselves to do all the things that we're about to talk about, I truly believe that that in itself would invoke and be the stepping stone to so much transformation taking place.
Yeah, so powerful. So you had mentioned earlier that you wanted to go into an action step. So I'd love to hear, an action step or two that people can take to open to this new idea, this new way, that I'm sure will lead to successive steps on their way to unleashing their highest purpose.
I think I am going to share two, because they kind of go hand in hand. The first step is to take the time to reflect. Take the time to reflect on some of these questions that I shared. Again, just to name a few of them again. What is it that I'm desiring? What's important to me? If I could have it all, this is how I like to play with it. If I could wave a magic wand and have anything that I decided to, what would that look like? Right? And I think there's something powerful about allowing ourselves the space to dream big for a moment, right? And play with it. If the doubt starts seeping in, like, hey, can I really have this? Like, this is not realistic. There's no way. That's why I like to bring in the magic wand, because it gives us permission to play. And I think that can be just so powerful, just to admit to yourself for a second what it is that you truly want, right? Let go for a second on any consideration around whether this is realistic or not. Just let's take a look at what's really going on there in terms of what's these true desires. What are these core values that I have? There's another way that I like to go about this, that I'm big on having a vision, right? Having a vision for our life. And when I guide someone through this, it's organized in these different areas of your life, right? Because there's so many different pieces that make up the totality of our life, that I think it's important to address our vision from multiple different layers, right? Just to name a few, your physical health and body. What are you envisioning for that? Your family life, your relationships. What sort of relationships are you envisioning? Your social life, your finances. Play with it. Allow yourself to envision. And then that leads into aligning ourselves with it, of course, right? So after finding that clarity, playing in this vision, these desires for a moment, this, I think, is the one action that I want everyone to walk away from. I started with that because this plays into it. But the one action I would say is coming back to that hour, having that hour daily to sit, observe, be in stillness, observe the thoughts, observe yourself, right? You make meditation more complicated than it needs to be. There's no meditating wrong. If you sit down and you just observe your experience, you're meditating. Why I started with the reflection of your vision and your core values and things like that is because the tail end of that meditation, I want you to take time to visualize that. I want you to visualize and focus on the vision that you have for your wildest dreams. And most importantly, and I think this would be something to dive deeper into, doing our best to feel the emotions that we associate with that. And there's again, I think it's going to be important for us to really understand why that's important. But just to sum up here, after getting clear on what our vision is, and these are all things everyone can do, right? It doesn't need to be complicated. Mm-hmm. And it also can be as specific as you want it, as detailed as you want it, but do it. And after getting clear on what that vision looks like, and we've reflected on that, we've gotten that down on paper. If we were to take that and just ideally every day take 30 to 60 minutes sitting, observing what we're feeling, observing how we're thinking, observing, and then again towards the tail end of that, calling in this vision to our heart and mind, and feeling the feelings that we associate with if we were already in that experience. That in itself, I think, would be the, like I said, the root, the center point from which so much change starts to take place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, beautifully said. And before I ask you the last question, I just want to pose a question to all of our viewers. You know, and if you haven't done this for yourself, or you're not yet willing to do it for yourself, I want to ask you why it is that you've made everybody else and everything else in your life more important than you. Right? If you're tending to your job, kids and spouse and that sort of thing, I understand the need and the desire to put them ahead of yourself, but it's that old analogy, right? Like, you can't pour from an empty cup. And so, you know, if you're pouring from that empty cup because you're taking care of everybody else first and you're putting yourself last, I want to ask you to really sit with that question and ask yourself, why is it that I've made everybody else in my life and everything else in my life more important than me? And I think if you can sit with that, you may get to some of these answers, and that will begin to open you up to the idea that, you know, if you can take a noble sense of self first, then you can fill your cup, and everybody else gets to drink from the overflow. You get to bring more of you to the party, so to speak.
Yeah. Can I add to that, actually?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think you just nailed on the head towards the end there too, right? The overflow, right? It's, I think, realizing that if we were to, again, take care of us and fill our own cup, and align with some of these things that support us, we will end up showing up better for everyone else in our life, right? Our kids, our family, our jobs, all of it. We will show up and perform better in whatever way we need to in all areas of our life if we are taking this time to fill ourselves up. You know, giving, I always say that giving our greatest and feeling our greatest are not separate things. They are one of the same thing.
Absolutely. And that's this idea of bringing peak performance into every area, so that we can actually create a peak existence.
Yeah.
So, Brian, what does peak performance mean to you?
Good question. It's all encompassing. Being our best, feeling our best, giving our best to others is all encompassing, all of the same thing. You know, I don't think we need to sacrifice one for the other, right? They all feed into each other, and coming into alignment with our peak performance, coming into alignment with our highest self, coming into alignment with our highest purpose. I want to say again, it's all one of the same thing. Yeah. So there's a lot that plays into that, or I'll say there's so many different forms that may take, right? Like, again, coming back to our life vision, there's different areas that we're being called to show up in our highs, in our peak performance. But it doesn't need to be this favoring one over the other, because really and truly, I feel when we come into harmony with all of these areas being, well in harmony with one another, taking care of our health leads to greater fulfillment and a greater energy in our relationships, when we are prosperous and financially feeling stable and abundant, right? That also contributes to our energy and our performance in other areas of our life. So yeah, when I think about peak performance, I think of having this well-rounded, balanced life, but then also showing up in your fullest in the way that you desire to, in alignment with your highest vision and purpose in life.
I love that. I love that. So that concludes our session today. Now, I want everybody who's viewing to be able to get a hold of you, Brian. So if you want to share, like, where you are, how people can get in touch with you, what you're up to, any offers that you have, anything going on, please do that, and then we'll obviously post the links and everything below so people can find you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I just love to connect and support people. I'm right now feeling alive in supporting men find direction and hope purpose. So I've been coaching and really focusing in on these containers, these one-on-one containers where I support those I'm working with in finding clarity and alignment with what they're desiring, as well as how they want to show up and what they want to give to the world. So that's kind of the main avenue to work with me. And then for everyone else, I have my YouTube channel and podcast where I'm putting out a whole ton of free content. I'm Awaken with Brian on YouTube, and if you Google that, you can find the podcast as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much, brother. And thank you for everything that you're doing in the world, how you're supporting others, and for showing up and for your contribution here. It's always an honor for me to get to connect with you and hear you're a genius and sharing your energy. And so I'm super grateful for you being here. And for all of you watching, please stay tuned. We've got lots more coming up. We're just kicking off day one. We've got
Okay, wow. Lots of impactful stuff here. Just gonna go to the chat for a second. So coming into alignment means feeling your feelings and emotions, observing your thoughts without judgment, and staying true and being guided by them. I love that, Scott. Thanks for that share. Julie, great to see the faces and feel the energy. Thank you, Julie. Darla, allowing our story and journey to be an example of how anyone and everyone can remove the labels of this world and move out of the limiting belief systems, and realizing that all of their dreams are possible, assisting others through moving out of the trauma into rebuilding their lives from the heart space, shifting from the negative to the positive mindset, teaching others they are whole and complete. That is just the storyline that separates us from our true, authentic self, the art of learning self-love. Beautiful, beautiful. So good, everybody. Yeah, and then Eric saying, if you just popped in, please open up your camera. Thank you. And you can share where you're from as well. And we've been intending to keep the energy nice and high. So if you're resonating with stuff, you can give little snaps. You can raise the roof. You can, whatever. Just move around a little bit. It's always good to keep moving. I'm gonna touch on Michelle's comment here as well. I want to second what Lynn wrote earlier about being grateful for both Eric and Lee showing up authentically and doing the work. It truly takes a community to create this space for ourselves and a container for others to step into their own authenticity and self-love. It's interesting, your comment earlier, Eric, how you see so many men coming in to do this work. I don't often see this locally, but in the online community, so much easier to find. I want to take the time to thank you both for your authentic presence again. The more I feel men showing up like this, the more I know it's solidifying in the world. Thank you so much for that, Michelle. That means a lot. And I also want to honor Eric because he's been just really instrumental in supporting me in bringing this to life and in grounding this, until the last 6 months and us working together. I've been very visionary, very kind of pie in the sky, and like, oh, like this, wouldn't it be great if the world was like this, and so he's like, yeah, but how do we make this actionable steps for people, bro? Like, how do you bring this into something that's tangible that people can actually experience and feel? And so, this was born along with a lot of other things, and I really imagine that this is the first step to many, for to create these containers and bridges for all of us. And the real spirit behind this is unity. It is love. It is connection. And there's a saying that I love that says, "No one is free until each are free, and all are freeing each other." And my brothers and sisters, it's time for us to come together, and this is a really big part of that. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for all the beautiful comments, and for seeing us. We're doing our best to cross the bridges ourselves and to be examples. And doesn't mean we don't fall sometimes, but I think we only fail if we stop getting up and trying. So that's what we're here to do. So with that, before I get too emotional here, I'm actually just going to have everyone. So we got up and moved around a little bit earlier. I want to have everybody just close your eyes for a second. We're just going to connect to that heart space again, but we're going to do so with the breath, and we're literally just going to take 30 deep, full belly breaths. Right? And I just want you to notice and check in with your mind, with your body before the breaths and after. And this will be something that we'll build on, throughout the day and throughout tomorrow and the next day as well. So just closing your eyes, and you can even put your hands on your stomach if you like. And just feel the expansion every time you breathe in, and the contraction every time you breathe out. So here we go together. Inhale. And just exhale and relax. Inhale. Exhale and release. Full inhale. And as you exhale, find peace. Deeply in. Let it go. Fully in. And relax. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Let go. Inhale. Release. Deeply in. Let go. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Let go. Inhale. Relax. Inhale. For yourself. Deeply in. Let go. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Let go. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Let go. Last time. Inhale. Release. Inhale. Find peace. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Let go. Inhale. Exhale. Last 5. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Now inhale, holding at the top. Inhale. Hold it. And as you exhale, just ride that little feeling. Feel the feeling. Noticing the changes in your physiology, in your mind, in your body. Now just finding the space in between the breaths, present moment, that stillness. It's one commonality so far that we've started to see, that I've noticed within the talks, is being able to take that pause, being able to reflect, being able to come into the present moment. And it's in that space, I imagine, that we reclaim our power, we remember how incredible we are, we connect again to our hearts, where everything becomes possible. Deeper connections, better communication, moving into the desires. You know, if you had that genie, or if you had that little lamp to make manifest everything that was in your heart. You can't get to that space when we're tending to all the distractions that are always so available and so ready to take our time, take our energy. So with that, I'm going to just welcome you back into the space, welcome you back. If you felt a shift in how you were feeling in your mind or body, even in those 30 breaths, and that took us, what, 5 minutes? If you felt a shift at all, you can put it in the chat, give me a little or some snaps, or yeah, just let me know if you felt any difference at all. And you know, this goes back to what Brian shared as well. You know, that if sometimes it feels like it's difficult to create that space when we're in the washing machine and we're going around with all of our stuff, you know, but if you can spare 5 minutes and you can get yourself to sit for 5 minutes and breathe for 5 minutes, I almost guarantee you will do 10. Almost guarantee it. So we have a yes from Ashley, feel lighter from Denise. Elena, I felt a quieting in my mind. My body feels activated and alive. Positive energy. Yes. Love that, Elena. Thank you. Beautiful. So I want to pose the next question. Then I'm going to share a poem, and then I want to come back to the question. You know, so we're talking about kind of overcoming, you know, maybe societal conditioning, cultural conditioning, being able to change our beliefs, our patterns, to open to the idea that we can create a new personal reality, a new personality, a new identity for ourselves, you know. And so I just want to plant that seed while you watch this poem and tune into it. And then I just want to have a brief discussion before we go into the next talk. And the next talk is, just so you know, by Ann Barnes, and she's going to be talking about how to shift your program and perception for yourself and others. First some poetry.
Surreal
tragic, painful. Hope. A sleeping giant has awakened. Surreal, tragic, painful. Surreal, tragic, painful, and yet hopeful. A sleeping giant has awakened. We have been told to obey, to stop, self-isolate, and stay away from each other. We are fed lies and fear at every turn by media that is supposed to report real news. We've been divided by politicians, religions, and the 1%, the elite few. Those who have been sworn to serve and protect now enslave and enforce, causing further neglect. The world we live in seems surreal, tragic, painful. So many of us live mostly filled with regret. Yet, I'm hopeful. A sleeping giant has been awakened. You are fearful. I see opportunity to create more love. You see divide. I see opportunity to reflect. You feel pain. I say we can heal. You see chaos. I see an opportunity to look beyond the veil. Connect to the unified field. Yes, the time has come to choose. Do you want the old or will you opt for new? The crossroads are upon us. Be controlled or take our power back. Accept enslavement, global governance, relinquish our rights, our freedoms, and go quietly into the night? Or stand up, stand together, unified, and say, fuck no, it's time we unite. It's time to come together and fight for our freedoms, time to demand our rights. It's time to unify against global tyranny, time to embrace a new journey. Yes, a sleeping giant has arisen. This is humanity's grand awakening, where you can choose the life you get. As one heart, one mind, we can create a new world, leading to a new earth, with resources and abundance for all. The only question left, have you chosen the path you'd like to forge ahead? Okay, so now going back to the question, conditioning, cultural conditioning, changing beliefs and patterns, did that awaken anything within anybody? That poem, that question, as we begin to move through and forward with today and into beginning to implement the tools and disciplines to practice to come into a higher, more energized version of ourselves. What are the things that that we have to overcome? Anybody care to jump in, Eric?
I'll share. I think, I mean, I think there's a piece here where I mean, there's a lot to overcome, but I think there's this illusion of separation where I think a lot of most people are in this belief system that we are, in some way, whether it's our belief systems or our responsibilities or our roles, right? Like that there's like some sort of a illusion of separation, but actually I believe that when we follow this essence that's within us, this heart space, this intention, this willingness to follow what's real and what's true for ourselves, we naturally adhere to the roles that we have been gifted. And that gift allows us to then recognize how we can work together in unity to overcome a bigger challenge. Because then we can really together find solutions, right? It's actually not about like needing to know all the answers, because I think the mind oftentimes tries to tell us about the answer, and it's actually just trusting that the answer, reasons come first, answers come later. And so if we recognize that, our belief is a poor substitute for an experience, we will trust more into the experience of what we believe in. And so that means that we'll walk the path of knowing that even though it may be difficult and we need to face the fear and face the courage, I think, or step into the courage, I think that overcoming is actually of taking imperfect action, of being vulnerable, of being uncertain. And then as a result, all of a sudden people see that vulnerability and they feel safe and they're like, wow, I can do that too. Or hey, help me, let me help you with this, or let me figure this out. And this becomes the superpower because it gives us capacity, it gives us strength, it gives us certainty in ourselves. I believe so. So that's, I think that, again, that we need to overcome more of our needing to know from the outside world versus trusting the knowing within ourselves. And as a result of that, it reflects from the inside going out.
I love that. What was coming through was in the poem by Marianne Williamson, where she says that our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we're powerful beyond measure. And so, and again, kind of going back to the difference between Newtonian versus quantum, if we're focused on the outside world, chances are the fear is going to override and we're going to stay, where we are. Whereas if we turn all that off and we focus on that internal fire, that internal, knowingness of who we truly are, and it's there for all of us. It's just maybe some of us have a little more programming and a little more tuning to the outside world. But as soon as you start to shut that off and get reconnected with that remembrance within you, then it's like you're able to step over and through that fear. And I love that you spoke to that, Eric, because Scott's has posted in the chat as well. Overcome irrational in brackets fear. I've tried many modalities and haven't found anything that works yet. And Scott, I would share to that, and just piggybacking on what Eric said, is to just do it anyways. Like don't ignore the fear. And even, as recent as Friday, I was on the phone with Eric, like, man, I'm like, what happens if this doesn't go well and all the things? And so I'm expressing that fear, and he's like, it's like you're already defeated. And I reframed how I was expressing it in that moment to say, it's not that I'm focusing on what I don't want to happen, because that's definitely not what's true. It's, I don't want to ignore the fear. So I want to feel the fear, and because if I'm ignoring it, then I'm suppressing it. Right? And then it builds up and it becomes something else entirely, as Foster shared. But if I feel it and I acknowledge it, then I can actually step through it. I can walk through it and do the thing that I was fearful of doing anyways. And chances are on the other side of that fear is more and more freedom, more and more of like, oh wow, like actually that wasn't so bad. And then these opportunities came from doing that thing. And then it empowers me to go through even maybe a deeper, greater fear the next time. So I don't know if that supported yours, Scott. And if you want to, if you feel to respond or anything, you can please go ahead and do that if you want. Denise, actually, do you have anything you want to share, Scott? I'll give you the space.
Thanks, Lee. Excuse me. Thanks, Lee. I'm not sure if I have the bandwidth to speak, because it usually blanks out going that direction. But if I do, that'd be great. I was mainly referring to like childhood traumas, the fears that got I don't know, placed in there, for me anyway, about 3 years old and then on up. I mean, I faced those fears and so many different types of um, yeah, modalities, mindfulness, meditations, um, done them with brainwave entrainment. Just, I mean, looked right at them, looked right at the trauma that happened to me, looked, and said, okay, this is what happened, and I choose to release this, and it just never goes away. It's like every time I come back to a similar situation, it's just like right there, and it's like stop, it's like stop now, you're gonna get hurt again, and it's like, I mean, I know it's irrational. I mean, as an adult, I can look back and go through it in my head and say that this will not happen again. And then I love um, my child or children, I guess, because there's happened so many times that I give them love, unconditional love, and ask them what they need to express. You need to express things, and I've sat in that for hours at a time. And a lot of times, I'll get something and I'll express it, into this reality, and then just offer back love. And again, I've just tried dozens of modalities, and especially that fear that has stopped me um, in my past, or not even so much stopped me in my past, but like, look, for instance, I mean, I've overcome it several times, but it never goes away, so to speak. Back in 1988, during the run up to the first Gulf War, my best friend uh, was a PhD level physicist, and we put our brains together and said, how can we reduce our dependency on foreign oil, and therefore create, hopefully, reduce wars and uh, toxins and pollutions, et cetera, to make this place a better place to live. And we came up with hybrid electrics. I mean, that was in 1998. I mean, we didn't invent it. We came up with it independently, but we found out later that Dr. Porsche invented it in like 1906. So it was like we're a little late to the game. But again, we came up with it independently, and then we started building the cars, the bodies, and such. I mean, I'm being of Italian descent. I kind of went kind of more towards the Lamborghini or Ferrari style. Um, Back then, most of the electric cars were like eggs and boxes and wedges and just kind of ugly. Anyway, to hopefully bring this back around, it's like, prayed about this daily, sat in meditation about it daily, and then just like nothing went right. I mean, the smallest things, everything went wrong. And I mean, that's not even hyperbole. It's like we went to a uh, electrical engineer who at the time was building drones for the CIA. Again, this is back in 1988. So it was like people hadn't barely, go ahead.
I just want to like condense it into um, the feelings and that sort of thing, because
Sure.
just for time, just for time.
Oh, into feelings. It's just, I'm not sure why I keep drawing this back into my life. I'm going to go out in faith, and then I just keep getting whacked. I mean, I go out in love. I try to do good for the world and be true to myself, but just get hammered every time. And I mean, it's not, again, it's not hyperbole. I mean, this just happened um, this last, this last year, and got pushed into a place where I am right now that I really don't want to be. And I keep pushing forward, and it's like right now there's so much fear about moving forward, because I'm just, every time I've done this, gone forward again, I get pushed back further. So it's like back then, like in '88, it was like had a lot of money. A lot, 250,000 was a lot then, to put into this project, and then just basically ended up with nothing, in debt and so on, and then built back up. And it's just like this repeating cycle, and I don't know how to break out of it. So it kind of, it keeps me in fear, even though I face it and go forward.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I just want to tune into that for a second. So I would like I believe that everything is happening for us. not necessarily to us, but for us, and that there's always an element of healing, of learning involved, and even if things aren't working out for us, or there's an obstacle that we're facing, if it's happening to me, then it's like man, this sucks. But if it's happening for me, then there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity to learn, to heal, to expand. And when we're able to do that, it's once you get the lesson, once you get the healing, then all of a sudden you're freed from that thing that keeps showing up in your life. So my question to you, and obviously you don't have to answer it now, but just to sit with, is what is the lesson that is trying to show up for you? What is it that and it could be something as simple as go in a different direction. I believe that if there are roadblocks set up in something that maybe we think we want to do, maybe those roadblocks are more of a course correction and saying, actually, if you go steer to the right just a little bit, then you're going to be on the path that you need to be on. So just a couple of things to ponder, and we can come back to it. Maybe a little bit later on, or obviously, we can connect offline as well. I do want to keep moving because we have a live panel a little bit later, which we're about an hour behind already. So I do just want to touch on the comments. So Denise, yes, I've chosen a long time ago because of how I was raised. I've been against the rules of all kinds, starting with health. So recently it's been a rather lonely road. That resonates. But I'm finding more and more people that are like-minded. Why having fear at all and learning to shift gears is all you need. There's a reason for everything. Either way, figuring it out is the secret of life. Yeah, beautiful comments. Beautiful. And then Michelle, for me, speaking publicly, I had that one too. Michelle, even in chat, has been a hurdle I've been working on without judging myself. The tears and the shaky voice and the hands to share what I believe in. Doesn't feel expanding in the moment, but creating the habit of flow and self-trust. I had that one for years as well. For over 10 years, I thought about public speaking back when I owned the gym that I had, and it just, that fear kept me from doing it for over 10 years. And now it's like, again, going through that fear, everything is expanded, so much. Last one, Darla, and then we'll move into the next speaker. So, Scott, what is your inner dialogue versus the vision? Are they in sync or out of sync? Life is working out for us, not against us. If we are dealing with resistance, are we asking, what is the universe telling us? Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone, for playing, for getting involved, for sharing so openly and authentically. Okay, we're going to move into Ann Barnes. So, how to shift your program and perception of yourself and with others.
Well, super excited to have my next guest on. Ann Barnes is the CEO of Etica Naturals, and she's going to be sharing today about shifting your program and perception for yourself and others. So, Ann, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule and sharing with our audience today from your perspective, your experience. I'm just really, really grateful to have you here and honored to hear what you have to share.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I guess the first thing that I would say about, sort of like how I came to this, I guess there's two things, like coming to, the point of being this, lawyer, entrepreneur, blah, blah, blah. And then realizing at that point that that's not going so well, and then shifting and figuring out how to, I would say, I'm learning every day. So it's not like I figured this out, but I'm definitely on the path of a different journey, which is to be a conscious entrepreneur and a conscious human being. And that is changing how I live my life and how I do business on all aspects. So, yeah. So in terms of like how I would say how I got programmed, if I can sort of use that term, when I look back now, I can really see that, the way that I am now today and the way that I was at like 5 years old is pretty much the same person, but it took me a very long path to kind of like go through to get to that knowledge base, to look back and be like, wow, you just took a really, really long time to get back to point A, literally, right? But yeah, I would say that, I literally was told at a young age, you should go to university, you got to do really well at school, like you've got to excel, you have to be the best at what you do, like whatever you choose to do, it has to be the best. So a lot of like pressure. And then it was like, for me, okay, that means I'm going to, either take this creative path or I'm going to go and do something like professional, which, would somehow impress the family, which was law. So I ended up doing the law thing and going down that path, which was a total journey. And, I can look back and see how I literally kind of like my perception of it at each step of the way, like, what did I think this life was going to be like? Like, what was it really like? And, realizing at a certain point, like, wow, now I can look back on it and say, I so had this perception of what all of this was going to be like, which led me to make those decisions. And then when you actually realize what the reality of that is, it's very different. So, and then it's like, the Talking Heads song, like you may ask yourself, like, how did I get here? Like there was one of those moments, like, how did I get here? Through a lot of programming, really, perceptions of what something was going to be, but really does not exist.
Yeah, and that's it's really important, especially we're since the day one, we're really talking about how to open to possibility, to new perspectives, to be able to change your personality and therefore your personal reality. So really, moving beyond the programming, the thoughts of who we think we are, to realize that we really can create any identity that we want. But it first starts with being open to that's even is that even a possibility?
So I actually great segue, because literally when I moved from big city to smaller city to go to law school, I literally, I had such a stigma, I guess, in my mind attached to me in terms of like what the perception was of me, like by family, which was sort of black sheep, Anne's too aggressive, blah, 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 whatever that is, right? And then, the circumstances with friends, and you're like, wow, like you think I'm like that. And I remember actually, I literally was driving my own rental, my U-Haul truck or whatever, like a long way. And I was on this highway and I literally said to myself, like, Anne, you can be anything that you want. Like nobody knows you at this new law school, right? Like there's nothing that's residual. So you are whomever you show up as. And that was actually like, I remember the exact moment that I thought that. And like, literally I thought that, and it was like a welcome to, and like, here's like my law school town, right? Like it literally was like that crazy a moment. And I still remember that because it's so true. Like that was a conscious decision that I made to say, I don't have to carry all of this shit. they don't know what, and it's nothing, not that I'd done anything wrong. It was just people's perceptions of something that had happened, or my perception of how I existed in my family unit, like blah, 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 right? It's the blah, blah, blah that I was just like, I don't have to live with this. And literally it allowed me a great sense of freedom and allowed me to like really sort of like look at it a lot more kind of like objectively about, well, what do I want? Like not what's the perception of Anne and what she wants. It's like, well, no, what do I want? Right. So it's yeah, and I think that was an important moment for me as part of my evolution of, you know, getting back to the 5-year-old, if that makes sense. But saying like, well, what do you really want? And who are you? Right? Like who are you outside of your perception of you as, you know, Anne in a family, or Anne in a certain like nationality, or Anne comes from this school, and Anne went to this law school, and, you know, like Anne's got this title. Like those were all things at some point that mattered to me. But as the more I got involved in that lifestyle, you know, the more I realized that it was like a conscious perception of myself that I could change. Like, I don't need to do this just because I have that title. I don't need to have that. I don't need to follow along in someone's perception of who I am. I have to follow along in what my soul is telling me to do. And I think that's like, that takes a lot of work, because you have to like work consciously, and that is difficult when you come from like a land of like talking voices constantly, right? And we all have that. Like we all suffer from that. So it's just acknowledging that this is constantly going, and we got to shut this down and be like coming back into this, and then able to like say, hey, I can actually be what I want to be. I can be what my wildest dream is. I can make this happen. And you will. When you believe it, you will.
So how does someone get to that point? Because, you know, again, you've mentioned programs and perception, and, you know, there's this wiring of and development of the conscious mind that happens at such a young age, where we're perceiving everything going on around us, you know, other people's thoughts about themselves and each other and relationships and health and money and, you know, all these things. And then that kind of becomes our operating system. And most people will operate in that way, you know, with somebody else's thoughts, kind of living a life designed for someone else,
yes,
rather than being able to say, wait a minute, is this really who I am? Is this really what I want? Is this, you know, really the direction I want to go in my life? So barring some catastrophic event where, you know, it's going to shake somebody awake and realize, wait a minute, like I want to go in this direction instead of this one. How does somebody come to that awareness?
I'd love to sprinkle like, you know, fairy dust on this beautiful sundae with the maraschino cherry on top. And I'm just going to say it sucks. I'm just going to totally be frank. It sucks. It's difficult to become conscious. It's difficult to live in a conscious way. I struggle with it. I've struggled with it. And it's like, it's facing your demons. It's facing not only yours, but probably your generational ones. Because once you realize what yours are, and maybe I shouldn't use that word demons. I don't want to give it any more energy than it needs, but like just traumas, right? So whether that's like, you know, personal trauma that you've gone through, but then, you know, what I found personally is that you start to sort of realize that that's also something that, you know, you can probably look back on and say, hey, there's patterns here too. Like there's patterns in my family. And it's just really getting rid of not getting rid of, but I guess I would say like accepting, flowing through, tackling, be aware of, reverse engineer, you know, what your trauma is, without being victimized by it, but almost like looking at it as a third party objectively. How has this affected me? How have I internalized this? How is it reflected in good decisions, bad decisions? Those are all your decisions and you own all of it. And that's a big trip too, to say, hey, I own this. And so, yeah, I would say that that's like a really big step. And from that, you can, it forces you to, when you're going down that path, it forces you to live in a conscious state, but it also allows you to like let go of so many things, and to release a lot of like that heaviness that we've been carrying for so long, and really that heaviness that's allowed us to be programmed in the first instance, right? Because like when you're not living in fear, when you're not living in anxiety, when you're not living in regret or shame or anger, you know, those big ones, like those are like, that's just like, oh, okay, next. Okay, that's great. You know, and you can kind of like shed it, but you're not going to shed it all at once. It's like stone by stone, you know, so it's like a big backpack of like a whole bunch of rocks, right? And you're dealing with each rock and you're tossing it out. There's no magic. There's no magic to this. It's not like I can dump the whole thing and it's like, yay, got through the drive-through and got rid of the rocks and now I'm ready to go. Like that would be just magical, you know, but unfortunately that's not how it works. I don't think that's how it's intended to work. And your learning, for me, my learning was dramatic as a result of like going through that process. And I would say that, you know, as somebody that is trained as political science, economic background, legal background, all that, I'm always looking at global like politics and blah, blah, blah. And this is what's happening. That, all of that out there, you realize doesn't matter. It's like truly this work within of pushing through it, not sitting in it and being victimized by it. That's a totally different trip, right? That's a different journey. But, you know, when you're working through it and you're actively and consciously trying to heal yourself and to get into more of a flow rather than a stop and go, which is what trauma is, you know, it's the greatest gift, but it's also the hardest journey, I would say. Like other than being a parent, it's a hard journey.
Hardest and most rewarding, I always say.
Yeah, and most rewarding. Like the greatest gift, right?
Yeah.
The greatest gift. But I always say like your greatest gift usually comes in the strangest package. You know?
Yeah.
There's great learning in things that you believe are actually not a gift at all, but they end up being like beautiful deliverance of knowledge, right? From something that might seem to be traumatic or not in your best interest at the time, but it actually becomes and manifests into like something very great.
Yeah, I always say everything is happening for us.
Yeah, and that's a very different way of like viewing life, right? Like rather than why is this happening to me? It's like, you know, the way I'm trying to see things now is what do I need to learn, or what is the gift of knowledge in this?
Yeah, what's the opportunity?
What's the opportunity?
Yeah, that's beautiful. So like you've mentioned consciousness a few times. So what does that mean to you, and how does one become more conscious?
Yeah, good question. Okay, so for me, consciousness means not when I'm speaking to you right now, I'm not in any way connected to the past, and I'm not I'm not connected to how my perception is of you in the past, any conversations we've had in the past. And I'm not trying to project anything into the future while I'm talking to you. I'm not thinking about what this would look like to the viewer. I'm not thinking about what the impact of this will be, other than really listening to what you're asking me and having like an honest response. So that to me is conscious living. And that means shutting this down into all the myriad of things that could be going on right now. Like, you know, my dogs are barking in the background. Like, can you hear it? Like, worry, worry, worry. Like, you know, all like little, like the little, like, what do you call them? Like sticky notes, right? That you just that start to be stuck all over you. And you're like, what is this? You know, like, why do I care about that? You know? So conscious thought to me is basically like literally being aware that you're letting go of things. You're aware of what you're listening to. You are aware of, like, you end up becoming like aware of like a lot more things, I think, the more time you spend doing it. So I just find now I'm a lot more aware of like the different levels of things that I'm hearing, different light sources. Like, I'm a lot more aware of empathically like what people are feeling, even like what animals are feeling, like any stress that they're having. Just becoming a lot more aware of the subtleties of like life, which, you know, when we're hyper engaged in other kind of depressive acts, which are like in the past, and then future stress, which is anxiety, right? This dichotomy that you're never living in like right now. You're living in future, or you're living in past. And I was doing both of that before. I never lived in this, ever.
How would you say your life has changed now that you're able to do that? And what could people expect by what sounds to me like coming into the present moment?
Yeah, no, that's it exactly. I would say that like my relationships on every level like are a lot deeper, because I'm listening, and I'm not projecting in terms of what they're saying. Like, I'm really taking it for it in its exact moment. I think I'm a way better at pretty much all aspects of my life, including, I would say, business, because I don't need to take the time that I used to need to do things. Like, I find that my decision making is a lot clearer. I need less time to make decisions. I feel like I get a lot more information like very clearly presented to me. I see people, I see situations, I see problems before they happen. I'm a much more efficient, like, business person, parent, sister, like all of those things. Like, and I still have a lot of time for myself, which I make for myself to do that meditative prayer work. And that allows me to have the time to do all the other things. Whereas before, I would have been trying to figure it out. Like, oh, I can do this. I'll figure it out. I've got to work an 18-hour day to get done. And it's like, now I can do 6 different things during the day because I meditate for that hour or the hour and a half at the beginning of the day, and I allow myself to like get, and it's like, okay, yeah, you need to do that, this, that. So the day becomes very structured, even though it began as what a lot of people would seem as unstructured.
Yeah, it sounds to me like it's like you're able to shut off the chaos and go to that space where you're actually, with the meditation, you're bringing more coherence to the brain. So there's more like, because when we're focused on, doing all the time in the outside world and going from A to B, it creates a lot of incoherence in the brain.
Yeah.
Right. And so to be able to shut all that out, to take that time to meditate, to create the coherence in the brain, so that when you go back to do a thing, you're so much more pinpoint precise in what it is that you're going to do. And so that creates so much time and space for you, because you're not in the chaos anymore. It's like you separated yourself from it, and now you're the observer of all of it going around, and it doesn't really affect you.
And I would say that it's like twofold. Well, actually, I would say it's threefold. Like, so that to me, it's like, for me personally, you're right. What you just said, it's the mind. So you're basically calming the mind in the meditation. That's imperative for me every day. I also add like spirit work to that as well, which is where I feel that I literally get downloaded from source, God, Allah, whatever you want to call that life force. And I feel that I get downloaded on that, especially when I'm in nature, and especially when I'm doing like conscious breath work. So I would say that those are imperative. And then the last thing I would add to that is body, which is being aware of body, giving your body nutrients. Like, I'm a big plant advocate, as you know. So I'm like big on give your body the nutrients that it needs. Try to get as many plants in as you possibly can. And plants do heal. So again, like with that combination of that, mind, body, soul work, I feel like, your body becomes like your whole being becomes in a state of flow. And it's not like every day's amazing and every day's like this amazing roller coaster and you're flowing through everything. Like, that's just, to me, like garbage. Like, every day's a challenge. But when you're like in more flow than not in flow. And to me, like what I was doing before, everything that I was doing before was the antithesis of flow. The only thing that I did well before was to know that I needed plants for my body. That's the one thing I've been consistent about since I've been 17 years old. But wow, did I go on a trip of like really not making good choices and then deciding that this is not working for me and I need to change this, So the big ones for me to like get to that point was when I was driving to law school and saying, I can be a different person, and I actually don't have to hold on or be attached to all these perceptions of myself, right? Mm-hmm. And then the other side of it is, getting to a kind of a rock bottom state and saying, I need to be in a conscious state of being. How do I do that? And that was very much through like conscious thought, breath work, meditation, and like, really important for, to me, for the plant-based supplement side of things as well. And feeding the mind, important.
So incredible. So we have just a couple minutes left. I want to ask you, what does peak performance mean to you?
That's a very good question, because I think that like peak performance is really very much, I would say, individualized. So what one person's peak performance is somebody else's. So to me, it would be like really pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, like on those aspects of like mind, body, soul. Like, what are you doing in each one of those three categories that when those three are balanced and functioning like at like boom, at peak, like that's when you're pushing yourself out of what you believed was like even really possible. You're like, can I get there? And you're like, yes, you can. You're at peak. But the second you're at peak, you've got a new peak, right? Because it's like, because you've achieved that peak. So I think the trick to life is to know that the peak changes. So when you're 20, like you're physically pushing yourself, right? Like you're pushing your body, that's the right thing at that time with your hormones. And there's a balance to that. But as time goes on as well, like your peak becomes different. Like my peak performance now is not only like measuring myself on all three of those levels, but I'm less focused on peak performance of like, say, body performance than I am now on, say, spiritual performance. Like I expect more from myself on that side of things. So my peak performance now has shifted. And I think that that's, again, very much an individualized experience. Like, for some people, their peak performance might be literally getting out of bed every day. That is at their peak because they've had a series of like life issues that have changed their focus or what is a measurement in terms of like what they can accomplish. Right. So I think that we all have to celebrate what each one of our peak performances are and also be honest with ourselves about what we are. Like if you're functioning at 60% every single day, you're 40% not committed to your life. Like that's a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. I like what you said at the beginning because it sounded to me like you were saying peak performance means continuing to expand, continuing to push your boundaries, no matter what your boundaries are. And like you said, it's different for each person.
Exactly. And again, there's no judgment in terms of what that is, right? That's not me projecting upon anybody else. But again, like I know for me, when I was in a really bad state, it was a big deal for me just to like pull myself together to start my day, right? Mm-hmm. Like I remember somebody saying like, it's okay if you don't unload your dishwasher like for a week, like because you just can't even like when you're in a dark place, it's difficult to even like make small things happen. So we have to celebrate where everyone's at and like just keep going. Just push yourself a little bit further. If you need a buddy, grab the buddy, like have somebody with you. And we all need to like really encourage each other in terms of like whatever stage we're at and know that there's no timeline for anybody but your timeline.
Yeah, beautiful. So any words of wisdom to wrap with? Anything you want to leave our viewers with today, Anne?
I think it's just important, like, again, I know it's really difficult to separate ourselves out from everybody else's experiences, but there's nobody else like you. Whoever's watching this, listening to this, there's nobody else like you on the planet, like ever, that's ever existed. I think it's like 1 in 4 trillion, like the odds are 1 in 4 trillion. Like we're all so perfectly different. So to compare yourself to somebody else's experience is just really unfair to yourself. And so I think we really have to celebrate everyone's differences and really to support each other on that, but also to like celebrate yourself and say, I am different. I am like 1 in 4 trillion or whatever that crazy number is. It's a miracle. We are all living, breathing, functioning miracles. And we have to like, if you think of yourself as an infinite miracle, like think of like the miraculous things we can all do when we think of ourselves as miracles. So that's what I would like to, leave this with and say that everybody is an absolute gift and an absolute miracle. And I celebrate that. And I hope that anything from this can help on some level. So that's my hope and desire and appreciation and gratitude towards you. Thank you for organizing.
Absolutely. And thank you. Yeah. And if you're, feel like you're stuck in your life in any area or, that maybe you're just going through the motions or you're out of balance and you're maybe only peak performing in one area, remember what Anne said, that you are an infinite miracle, and infiniteness typically is not out of balance. Infiniteness typically does not walk around feeling tired or defeated or, so if you're feeling any of these things, just realize that you can tap back into that infinite nature that you are, and you can bring yourself back online to become a peak performer in every area of your life. So, and how can people connect with you? You know, what are you up to in the world? What are you bringing forward to support people on their journey?
Yeah, so you guys, everyone can contact me at, probably the best one is Instagram at ambarnes. I think it's ambarnes.ceo. The company you can contact is Edica Naturals. That's spelled EDICA Naturals with an S.com. And then we're on Facebook and Instagram for that as well. And then I also have a website, annbarnes.com, just with like what I've been working on. So I've been very active in cannabis, first world's legalized cannabis production facility. Also kind of very instrumental in psychedelics, early on psilocybin adoption for mental health issues and for a myriad of other things. Have been active in soil, in terms of organic soil inputs to get away from chemicals in our soil and our water systems, and super active, obviously, in plant-based supplements, because that's my company, Edica Naturals, and that's sort of like the stuff that I'm working on right now. So yeah, so always looking at new things, but yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Whatever your business needs, Vistaprint can print it. Like pack.
Oops. Didn't quite get to that fast enough. So, wow, another impactful, another powerful presentation. Told you I got some of the best speakers on the planet. Also another vote for really coming into the present moment. Was something that stuck out about what she shared. She also spoke to the difficulty of becoming conscious. You know, is there anything that stood out for any of you? I'll take just like one or two comments, and then we're going to flow right into the next speaker, and that is Amber. And Amber is going to be speaking about how to alchemize hardships into opportunities. And yeah, just another really powerful talk. Any comments on that one? How are people feeling? Are we still energized? Do we need to get up for a second and just bounce around a little bit? I got some thumbs up. Why don't we just give a little shake out? If you want to like stand up, you can. If you just want to do it in your chair, just shake it out, shake out the density, shake out the energy. I know some of this stuff can be pretty dense, some pretty heavy topics sometimes. Just coming into that presence, tuning into your breath. Okay, so let's keep going here. We've got so we've got Amber, we've got Nicole, we've got Emanuela and Jason. Then another poem. Then we're going to do an expanded breathwork session for a good. I'm going to give a little bit of a preamble as to the the science behind it, the physiology behind what's happening with the breath, and then there's a breathwork session that you can tune into, and then we're going to finish today with a live panel. So we're going to have Fern Marie, Anders, and Nikita on, and we're going to be talking about why do you think society has become so fearful of having open and authentic experiences and communications with each other. So that's going to be a beautiful talk that you'll definitely want to tune into. But first, we're going to go with Miss Amber.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one. We're just off and talking about opening. Opening to new possibilities, perspectives, to this idea that you really can create a new identity. No matter where you are in your life right now, no matter what it is that you're going through, if you open up to this idea, right, then and you're going to find out in days 2 and 3 that through the practice of instilling these mind, body, spirit tools, if you will, you really can step into a new personality, and create a new personal reality for yourself. And so I'm incredibly excited about my next guest. She is a conscious entrepreneur and a medicine woman. I met this dear sister, Amber, in Colombia the last couple of months, and she's going to be talking about alchemizing hardships to opportunities. So I'm really grateful to have you on here, Amber, and super excited to hear what you have to share. Anything else you want to kind of share about who you are first before you actually get into alchemizing hardships and opportunities?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lee. I appreciate the introduction and the opportunity to be here and sharing with everyone who's listening. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Amber. I am 28 years old. I'm originally from Singapore and I'm half French. I'm currently in Medellin in Colombia. I've been here for about 4 months and I've just I've started my own company and I have my own project now here, which is, crazy. And I laugh about it because just a few years ago, or looking back at my early 20s, like this life is just, everything's changed in so little time. And I guess that's why I'm here to share that experience with you guys, right?
Absolutely. So I'd love for you to go into like how do we actually alchemize hardships into opportunities? Because I feel like again, so many of us, we get so focused on the problem that we can't actually see that there are solutions, and we get so caught up in the busyness and kind of co-regulation with everything that's happening in our lives, but sometimes it's actually hard to pull back enough to actually see that, hey, like, things need to change, and maybe these are some things that I can actually do to change them.
Absolutely. And first I just want to start by saying that the person, the woman that like is sitting here and that you see, this took a lot of work and a lot of time for me to get where I'm at today. And as I tell my friends, my family, and the people who know me, like, don't get stuck on the destination. Don't get stuck at the final result, because the person that I am today, excuse me, may I swear here?
Yeah.
Like, there's been 28 years of hardship and a lot of work behind this. And, I like to keep things real. I like to keep things super authentic. Like, by all means, I am not perfect and I have not reached at any super high spiritual elevation. I am no different than any other person right here listening or speaking, or any other person out there. We're all human beings. We all have a brain. We all have a body. We all are having this very similar human experience. So by all means, whenever people look up to me, idolize me, or put me on a pedestal, it's like, no. I am no different than anyone else. I just took the tools that are available to all of us and used them to my advantage. And we all have the access and the faculties to do that, because like I said, we're all human beings. We all have a similar brain. We all have a similar body, and we're all navigating this societal experience. So just for the little background, the gifts or the challenges or obstacles that I was given in life from a very young age have been addictions, drugs, alcohol, sex, all of that. Okay. And, I have no shame in speaking about it today, because if I hadn't gone through all of that, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. And I don't ever want to be ashamed for things that I've done, because I have been shamed so many times that I don't ever want to feel like that again. And I don't ever want anyone to feel like that, Yes, I've done a lot of shit. So what? I own up to it and I move forward. Because what's the point of like self-flagellating and beating myself up on things that happened in the past that no longer exists? So back to the mindset. It's back to the mindset and perspective thing. You know, I reached a point at some point in my maybe mid-20s where I understood that no one's going to come save me. No one's going to come rescue me. No one's going to change me. And trust me, many people have tried. Like I said, my parents sent me to rehab when I was 21. They forced me into rehab. Sure, that helped. That was a catalyst to my sobriety journey. When I got kicked out of rehab after 3 months, which is a whole other story in itself, and my rehab experience, you know, that involves me having sex with people in rehab, which you're not allowed to do. That involves me escaping rehab after 2 months to go drink. And that involves me getting kicked out of rehab after 3 months. It was not pretty. Like, I was a rebellious teenager that had so many issues and that just didn't know what the fuck she was doing. Anyways, when all of that happened, my dad then died 1 week after that. And I had the choice to either go down the rabbit hole of like, oh my God, what is my life? You know, my dad just died after all of this stuff going on and rehab and, you know, survived the tsunami and parents got divorced and rape and this, da, 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 da. So I could have gone down like, okay, I'm so over it. I'm going to relapse and kill myself, which was my thought process. Or I could have said, you know what? Things could not get any worse than this. Because trust me, how worse could it get in that moment of time? And it's like, once you hit that rock bottom, it's like the only way is up. And after I got through the thought process of like wanting to kill myself, and I realized that there were little things that were happening in my life that sort of pushed me towards life, I said, you know what? I'm going to just give this one shot. I'm going to just try and change my life, try and change myself for the better. And if it doesn't work, I know that I can always revert back to alcohol, drugs, and to kill myself ultimately. I know I can do that, but I don't know what a life in sobriety is. I don't know what a life living is. I know what a life in that depression and suicidal state is, but I don't know what a life in the life. The gym or working out. Who wants to work out every single day at 5 a.m? I don't know many people, but I had to force myself, put my body in action, turn this thing off for a second. And then once the body is like in motion, like a train, once it's going, this follows automatically. That was one of the things that I had applied since then until now. It's like when I don't want to do something, that is my cue to do it. If I don't want to take a cold shower, that is my cue. The more I started feeling better and things started not feeling so dark anymore, the more I was like, this is compound interest. If I do little steps on a daily basis to get better, it's eventually gonna materialize.
You're freezing, Amber. I don't know if you could.
Sorry, folks. I thought got that out. Missed an edit.
I'm not sure at what point it cut.
You're talking about when you don't want to do something, that's a sign that you should do it.
Right. I lost my thought process.
Well, if you didn't want to do an ice bath, then that's your sign that you should jump into an ice bath. If you don't want to go to the gym, that's your sign that you should go to the gym.
Okay, so that's the fastest way that that worked for me was to hack my brain and hack my body because, you know, as a previous addict, I love shortcuts, or let me say past, I loved shortcuts. Anything that could get me faster to where I wanted to go, I would do it, right? And that's why I used to get fucked up all the time, because I loved being at that state of like complete oblivion. And the fastest way to do that was to take, I don't know how many shots and I don't know how many lines of coke and all of this. So still applying that shortcut mentality to the healthier side. It's like, okay, how can I hack my body? How can I hack my brain? And it's through very, very simple steps, like just not doing what I don't want to do, or like something as cheesy as a gratitude list. It actually really works. When you're feeling shitty,
Cutting again.
but no, that's not the case. I was sober for a couple of years. Yes, changed my life around. Saw that there was so much life had to offer. Like, I studied again, I started traveling, I was going all around, made some, investments, and met really interesting people, and got with this guy, and then I eventually was engaged, and all of these beautiful things. And then things were going so well in my life, and maybe people can relate to this too, where things are going so well that then you kind of lose track and you kind of forget, and you're just riding this pink cloud, and then the little darkness starts creeping in, and before you know it, I was drinking again, and I was in this really dark headspace. And it happened so fast. If one doesn't keep on track with their habits and maintaining a healthy lifestyle, and what I mean by lifestyle is not only body, it's the mind, it's the soul, everything. There are things that can creep back up. And the past few years for me, I went to a horrible space. I went to a horrible space in terms of relapse. Am I getting off track?
So I would just love for you to go into more of the alchemization. Like, the I think so often we can really focus on, especially when we're in them, we become so focused on the hardships, right? But how did you actually turn those into opportunities? How did you alchemize the hardships and pull yourself away from them enough so that you could see, well, wait a minute, I'm really focused on all the problems right now, but there are solutions. So how did you make that shift, and how can others make that shift to really, begin to alchemize the hardships to opportunities?
So I think, such a question, as I've said before, it's not a one size fits all. And people need to understand that what might have worked for me might not work for them. And this is where self-discovery comes into play, because you need to figure out what works for you, right? And to figure that out, you have to know yourself to a certain extent. And what I mean by know yourself is the good stuff and the bad stuff. And my personality, is such that I am an extreme person. I need to go in one extreme to then bounce back in the others. And for example, when I was hitting that rock bottom and when I couldn't see past those blinders, I was like, there's no other way for me to get out of this except to do something that I've never done before, to go the complete opposite, to shift everything, people, places, and things, and just to try new things. And so, that goes by education. First of all, I was like, I need to start learning new things. And I don't mean studying like a master's degree and all that. No, I just mean small things, reading new books that I thought I would never read, reading some Joe Dispenza, listening to podcasts, watching YouTube videos, like start looking at different types of content on social media instead of like the super hot Instagram chicks that I wish I had a body like them. No, I started, looking at Jordan Peterson or like David Goggins or things like that. Because if you think about it, if there are people out there that are alchemizing all of this stuff, why wouldn't I be able to do it? Why wouldn't you be able to do that? So people, places, and things, shifting everything. If you want a different result, you have to do different actions. You have to do different things. When you think about it, that just makes so much sense. And yes, I had to go through some things that I didn't want to do. For my drinking, I went back to 12-step fellowships. At the time, that worked for me. I went back to therapy to get mental health counseling, because at the time, I didn't know what was best for me because I was still discovering myself. And then it was back to the whole perspective thing. It's like, all right, let's switch things up. And that went by going back to basics. It's just so simple. Human beings are very simple. Take things back to basics. Eat well, sleep well, exercise a bit, and then start implementing, bigger steps that you can that maybe are not manageable in the beginning, but then have compound interest. Like, something like the phone, this thing. Don't be on it when you first wake up in the morning, because you're allowing so many people to enter your peace, your headspace. It's like if you open your WhatsApp or your Instagram when you first wake up, it's like opening the front door to your room and allowing 20 people to come in at once. You don't do that when you wake up in the morning. So why would you do that to your brain? Small things like that. Same thing, like I mentioned, cold showers, or just like changing your eating habits. Instead of having the burger that is so good, maybe try having fine, have a burger, but maybe don't have the fries, like cut down. If you can't stop smoking overnight, cut down, go to vaping, go to e-cigarettes. I don't know, figure out what works for you, because I don't know what works for you. Lee doesn't know what works for you. The only way you can find that out is by experimenting and customizing what new habits would work for you.
Mm-hmm. So how does someone identify that even changes need to be made? Because again, today, day one, we're really focused on that opening to new possibilities, perspectives, right? And again, oftentimes when we're in it, it's hard to, get our heads up long enough to be like, well, wait a minute, I'm not feeling optimal. I do feel completely stressed all the time. I'm not sleeping well. I don't have any energy. I do feel stuck. So how do people identify that they're even in that place to make the change?
I mean, first of all, get real. And I'm not saying get real with other people. I'm saying get real with yourself. This took me years and years to get honest with myself, because I didn't know what it was like to be. I was lying to myself without even knowing it, because I was all in the mind. I was like, no, I'm fine. I'm this. I was trying to persuade myself of things. Whereas deep down, and I know that we all know this, we all have that gut feeling. We all have that intuition. And there's so many times where we don't want to believe it, but we know it's there. And I know we all know what I'm talking about, because we're all humans. We live this. So the first step is really being honest with yourself. And there is no right or wrong. There was a point, and I'm getting real honest and vulnerable here, where I knew I had to stop messing around with guys, and I had to be more mindful of my sexual energy and not sharing myself with so many people. But I didn't want to. I still wanted to be on the Bumble and the Tinder and have one night stands and hook up with random guys, and all this is in sobriety. And I had to get real and honest with myself and be like, you know what? I don't want to stop fucking around. So what? But at least I know I'm being authentic and real with myself. And then at that point, I take full responsibility for my actions. If I want to stay in the darkness, I stay in it, but I'm honest with myself. To me, that's step number one. So get real with yourself. And if you want to keep in this head fuck that you're in and this depressive state, great. Just acknowledge it and be honest about it. Now, if you actually want to change and you actually want to take steps towards changing that, that's great. That's even better, awesome, good for you. And that, like I said, there's no right or wrong, and there's no judgment. This is your life. You do as you please. No one's here to tell you otherwise. If you want to take better steps, that's the other thing. It's okay, now what? Now I'm open, I'm willing, but I don't know what the fuck to do. Because how would I know if I don't know myself? Because I haven't been honest with myself for so long. And that's where I feel asking for support, learning from different people, learning from people that have what you want. That was key for me. My role models at the time, am I allowed to say names of other people?
Yeah.
So my role models at the time, and this is what worked for me, it was people like Jordan Peterson, David Goggins, Jocko Willink, Wes Watson, all of these big guys. And it's funny because I hadn't looked up to a woman yet, because I hadn't found a woman that had what I wanted. But these guys had what I wanted. And so I started applying what they were doing to then become the person that I want to become. And it, funnily enough, lo and behold, by changing little habits over 7 days, over 21 days, over 30 days, that worked. It's so simple as that. The human body and the human brain is so hackable by very little tweaks that you do on a daily basis.
Yeah. So powerful, so powerful. Taking those little steps. I always say, you know, more isn't better, but better is better, and better leads to more. It's really important just to take those little steps, you know, and then the next steps show up.
Absolutely.
So, last question: what does peak performance mean to you?
Peak performance. To me, that means optimizing the tools that we have, the tools that work for us in order to perform better. What does perform mean? What I hear by performance is whatever my body, mind, and soul is capable of doing in life. It's not only the whole physical, okay, run, whatever. No, it's how can I better my business? How can I better myself? How can I better relationships around me? How can I better connections? How can I be a better person in society? How can I be a better daughter, a better sister, a better all of that? Performance is you know, if we just use the visual of a sports player, right? They perform, right? Like a basketball game. They're there, basketball players performing and doing their things. And that's how life is. You show up to life, you show up to the game. You have the tools, you train, you rest, you recover, but you play. You never stop playing. And that's the game of life. That's performing. Peak performance, peak is optimizing everything that we have in order to be able to perform at our best. So for basketball players, if that involves, you know, working out every day, doing ice baths, drinking protein shakes, they know how to optimize and how to be at their peak performance days. Now, us in everyday life, we just have to figure out what gets us to that state of peak performance. And that can go by, you know, some people like to meditate 2 hours a day because that works for them. Great. Some people rather run every day. Great. Some people like to hijack themselves with steroids. Great. Other people like to be vegan. Okay, great. If that works for them, great. You know, figure out what works for you. Get a coach to help you with that, and then live the most optimized, optimal life that you can.
Absolutely. And that's the whole idea with this summit. Obviously, we're just starting day one, but to really be able to bring peak performance into every area of your life so that you can really live a peak existence. And I feel like that's what this is. You know, we can move beyond peak performing in just one area to actually bring that to every area of our life, our relationships, our health, the money that we make, being fulfilled. And so, Amber, how can people get a hold of you? Tell us what you're up to in the world. You kind of alluded to it at the beginning, but yeah, just share any more information that you'd like to, and how people can get in touch.
Sure. I mean, first of all, whoever's in Medellin, Colombia, feel free to reach out and come, like, let's go for coffee. Let's go talk, you know, like I love connecting with people one-on-one because that's how it's supposed to be. That's how human connection works. So, you know, you can find me on Instagram. I don't know if you're going to link to any of it, but my personal is It's Amber Now. And my space, it's called The Wellness Colombia. And basically, I've created this space here to co-work, co-heal, and co-create. So right now, it's a big house. It's a big, beautiful house where I co-live with people and I show them how to transform their lives, how to implement healthy habits. We do weekly masterminds, accountability programs. We have lots of events going on almost every day around wellness, around, you know, peak performance in itself, right? Like yoga, meditation, exercise, ice bath, all of this. This whole space is alcohol free and drug free because for me, at least, that doesn't help me get to my peak performance state. Maybe it does for some, but for me, it doesn't. And the people who come into this space need to respect that because these are my boundaries. And boundaries are a whole other topic, but that also plays into the peak performance, right? It's knowing like how to set healthy limits with people. So that's kind of what I'm doing. And, you know, it's been a couple of months and things have expanded so fast. And now we're moving the next month into a 10-bedroom mansion because more people are asking for this. More people want to be part of the community. More people want to grow. More people want to like develop themselves spiritually, emotionally, mentally. And there's nothing more beautiful than that. And there's nothing more than I would want to do now is to show people like in person how I got out of that horrible darkness addict life into this. And I realized that the only way to actually move forwards in life is through service and through helping others. I've understood that, and there's nothing more that I'd want to do is to help someone get out of that and into the light and find their purpose and their calling in life. That's really what I want to do. So come find me in Medellin. I'd be more than happy to get a chai or a matcha with you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Amber. It's an honor for me to have you here. So grateful for you and for everything that you're doing in the world to support others in their journey. It's you're needed now more than ever. And I see you, I honor you, and I thank you.
Okay, wow. Okay, how many did that resonate with? And this is why I love, and if you haven't kind of been following us leading into the event, if you check out YouTube and or Instagram, I had all of the speakers share their stories, share their journeys of things that they had to overcome in their lives, to get to where they are now. And it's not to say that the journey is done, but the reason for sharing our stories is so that we all realize that we're not in this alone and that we're all going through something, and I truly believe that. It's like, if I'm able to share my story openly and authentically, then it might resonate with one or a few of you. And if you share your story, it might resonate with one or a few others, and through sharing our stories, I think we really come to the knowing or the remembering maybe that we're not alone, that we're all going through something. We've all gone through something. And maybe there's somebody that's already gone through or currently going through what you're currently going through, and to recognize that we're not alone. And again, going back to the quote by Marianne Williamson, as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give others permission to do the same, so that's been really helpful in my journey as a man. It's like, now in these containers with other men, sharing vulnerably. And I mean, the last couple of weeks we talked about crying. How often as a man have you cried? And some guys were like, it's been a couple of years. And I remember a few years ago, I cried almost every day for almost 8 months, to the point where I'm like, am I going crazy, or like what's happening here? But it's a release, so it's really beautiful when we realize that we're not alone. And I think true strength is actually being able to ask for help. So that's something that really stood out. Is there anything that stood out for you guys in the last talk? I also liked what she last said about boundaries, because that's the other thing, in at least I imagine it is, from making the shift from the outside world and tending to everybody else, and to this noble sense of self-firstness, to this idea of filling my cup first, and sometimes we have to set those loving boundaries with those closest to us and say, you know what, like, I'm not going to engage in this conversation, or I don't feel like I want to do this particular thing at this particular time, because I need to take care of myself right now. My energy's low, I don't feel happy, I don't feel good, and whatever it is, and say, okay, am I actually doing the things that I'm doing for others in my life because I want to and I have the energy to, or am I doing them out of obligation? And if it's obligation, then maybe there's an opportunity to just self-contain and self-assess to make sure that your cup is full, so that then the things that you're doing for others is because you want to, and because you're full of energy and full of life, and can bring the best of you to support those other people. So anything else? I've got a couple of comments. I used to take on others' opinions as well. That was a deep uprooting of childhood pain. Now I can take each thought and sort it out as necessary as they arise. Yeah, also, something really, really important about coming into the present moment. You know, letting go of what does not serve and accepting what is rightfully mine. I love that. And it's this idea, you know, when we, if we were going to go to step 4 of, you know, the freedom method, it's really this idea of radical self-responsibility, you know, and owning all of my own thoughts, feelings, and actions, and saying, hey, like, if I do that, then I move from victim to creator, and say, even though maybe my circumstances right now are less than optimal, I got myself into this, I can get myself to anywhere else that I want to go. Question, Eva. Hi, nice to see you.
Hi, good to see you. Thank you for creating the space, for having us here. I one thought I that came to me is was on a personal level. I don't really have experience of such extreme addictions that were obviously discussed in this interview, but what it always brings me back to is we all have our own addictions to things, and the more intricate and sensitive we become to ourselves, the more we can see them and also stand in our truth and take responsibility for our stories. And that is something that, you know, was a very gentle reminder to myself to continue the unlayering process, and how these stories will continuously show up and be our, you know, stand there in our darkest hour, and it's our choice to work through them again and again and again. So yes, a beautiful reminder indeed.
Love that. Thank you for sharing. It is. It's layers and levels, right? It's you know, and I mean, we're all in some way reflections of each other. So to be able to use those reflections and then again, you know, as you shared it, just to take that accountability, you know, and say like, okay, like this is a good reminder. Okay, I'll get back to the, you know, really embracing, you know, working on that or working through that, or, you know, setting those boundaries or whatever the situation is in our lives. Yeah. Thank you for that. And then Denise said, almost 84, my life has evolved under different parameters, especially for me, considering I refused to be put aside because I was a woman. Wow. These criteria no longer exist today, but new ones are the flavor of the day. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, and it's interesting when in the men's group that I'm a part of, you know, we were asked, you know, what's our why, you know, and as I started to tune into that, the two beings that came to mind were Martin Luther King and Gandhi, you know, and even though, at least this is my imagination, even though I imagine that they were, you know, fighting for different things at the time, I feel like if we pan out far enough, that they're actually fighting for the same thing. They're fighting for freedom, you know, on every level. And it doesn't, whether it's, you know, race or color or a certain area of the world, or, you know, that's ultimately the journey that we're talking about today and over the next couple of days. And I just want to kind of reiterate what I shared earlier for the people that weren't able to join us, is the, you know, what I'm calling the freedom method, you know, and today's just day one of it, and we're just talking about and going into the opening, you know, the opening to new possibilities, perspectives, to new you know, this idea that we can create a new personality for ourselves, because we can't, you know, earlier on in one of the discussions, somebody had asked the question, well, how do we know, you know, what steps to take? It's like, we can never see the steps if we're not open, right? So step number one is just to open, that, you know, something within you is greater than any circumstance. And then once you open, that's when the steps can start to show up. That's when the tools, the teachers, the education, the retreats, you know, whatever it is. And then we move into day two, which Amber was actually doing a really good job to discuss some of those things, you know, whether it was an ice bath or movement or how you're eating, or like these are all the tools that we can then activate and optimize through disciplined practice. So this is that idea of, the noble self-firstness, to show up for ourselves first, to continue our practices so that, when we show up and do breath work every day, when we move every day, when we eat healthy every day, when we detox regularly, it's like we're optimizing and aligning the mind, body, spirit aspects of who we are through this practice. And then day 3, we're going to be going into the aligning and operation, so becoming the embodiment, so that the things that we're doing, the sacred self practice that we're committed to showing up for day in and day out, first of and foremost for ourselves, so that we can then show up for others more fully. That commitment to those things that we're doing becomes less about the things that we're doing and becomes more about who we are and how we show up in our lives, right? Because we become the embodiment of those practices. It becomes who we are, right? And then there's this idea, of radical self-responsibility, as I shared earlier, owning all of our own thoughts, feelings, and actions. And at times, sometimes, when others are crossing our boundaries or trespassing on our property, we lovingly hold them accountable. We lovingly reflect back to them that, hey, your actions, your words right now, they're not okay. It's making me feel this way. And Foster, the first speaker of the day, and some of the others really did a great job at talking about how we go into that communication, and what are the steps to authentically communicating and owning what we're saying. And a framework I love to use is I notice, I feel, I imagine, right? So I notice that you're showing up like this, or I notice the look on your face, or I notice the tone in your voice. And it makes me feel kind of scared because I imagine that you're angry with me, right? And my imagination is my ownership of my perspective of what's going on, right? Because I don't know how you're feeling. I don't know what you're experiencing. My feelings are also mine. I'm owning those, right? And then I'm noticing is just what I'm actually noticing about the situation. And that level of ownership and authenticity, when we bring it into our conversations, our connections, it allows a deepening. It allows, a space to be opened up where true healing, where true connection can actually take place. When we get to the root of what's actually going on, rather than, maybe in a confrontation or, some sort of a dispute or something like that, by saying, oh, like, you did this, it's like, well, no, you did this, right? And then there's this back and forth that happens. So these are all things that, and steps that we can move through to, on the way to what I imagine is really coming into alignment with and operating from the higher laws. And Foster spoke to that as well. The toric field, the laws of the universe, the energy of the universe. It's like all of that stuff is happening in our lives anyways. And there's this truth that begins to come to the surface. And when we go through these 5 steps in these 5 stages, we align with that truth. And to me, that's what is going to allow us to come into a place of total freedom and fulfillment on every level. And again, I'll speak more to that, as we're going through the process here. But I just wanted to kind of bring that to everyone's presence again, especially for those who weren't able to tune in this morning. And just a couple of more. When the student is ready, the teacher appears. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, that's so good, so good. Okay, how's everybody feeling? Do we want to get up for 2 minutes? I know we've been sitting a lot. Let's get up for just a minute, maybe 2 minutes, and get a little shake going. Let's see if I can find some music. This isn't necessarily shaking music. It's nice, but let's just move just a little bit. Definitely have to get some more movement-inducing music. I don't know how how invigorating that music was. It was more of a meditative music, but all right, beautiful, everyone. So thank you, Denise. When do you expect the day to end? So it's looking like we're only about 10 minutes behind, actually, of what I had envisioned. So it's going to be around 6:15, 6:30. And the live panel is scheduled to start around 5:15. So that'll be something to tune into if you're able to come back. Otherwise, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow if you're able to join. Okay, so we're going to move into our next speaker. So we've got Nicole Kernahan, and she's going to be talking about why overcoming fear of failure or fear of success will open you up to that new identity. This is a really good talk as well.
So welcome back, everyone. We are just kicking things off. We're on day one of 3 days here at the Unleash Yourself Redefining Peak Performance Summit. And today we're talking about this idea around new possibilities, perspectives that you really can, if you open up to it, you can create a new personality. You can recreate your personal reality or your identity, that you're not stuck, despite what we're programmed to believe. So I'm super excited about my next guest. She's a longtime friend. We met back in the gym days when I owned the Dynamic Conditioning Center in Toronto, and we've been friends ever since. And obviously our paths and our lives have changed quite a bit since then, but one thing has remained since I've known Nicole is just her light and her optimism and just her beautiful personality. So Nicole Kernahan, she's a high performance coach, speaker, an author, and she's going to be speaking about how we can actually learn to overcome our fear of failure and or our fear of success. So super, super grateful, excited to have you here, Nicole. Thank you for taking the time.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. Yes, I'm very excited about this topic, and I think it's a perfect opportunity to have it in the day one where you're kind of opening up, shifting perspectives, because I am going to share, I think, some things that might be a different perspective for a lot of folks. Awesome.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. So how do we do that? How do we overcome our these fears that many people probably aren't even aware are there?
For sure. Yeah, I actually really want to start today with redefining failure and redefining success. Because I think one of the biggest challenges that we have as a society is that we have a definition of failure that makes you prone to being fearful of it. So let's take a moment to maybe redefine failure and redefine success. And then I have the 3 tips that I really want to hone in on that will help to overcome that perspective of fear. So first of all, failure. Sara Blakely was one of maybe the first female self-made billionaire. She's the founder of Spanx, so some folks here have probably heard of her. But she actually described a definition of failure that was one of the most impactful ones that has stuck with me, and this is the definition that I use today. It's failure is simply not trying, rather than the absence of an outcome. She used to say that at the dinner table, her family would be sitting at the dinner table, her, and she had one sibling, and every week her father would ask her and them for the failure of the week. And they would say, "What's your failure of the week?" And she'd have to come up with something. Like, "I tried out for the basketball team and I totally failed. I did a speech in front of my class and I forgot all my words." And the family would clap and say, "Awesome. Yes, good job. Good job for pushing yourself, for trying something out of your comfort zone, out of your familiar zone, even though it didn't work." So the new definition for her, and now for me, because I'm embodying this and taking this on, is the definition of failure is simply not trying, rather than the absence of the outcome. Most people say basketball team and I failed, and that's a bad thing. Whereas for her, it was celebrated. If you don't fail at anything, in my opinion, but that's what she learned was, if you don't fail at anything, it means you're always staying in your comfort zone and you're never going to grow. You just keep doing the things that are safe that you're not going to fail at, which is the surest way to fail at finding and following your actual dreams. So that is the first piece. And it takes practice and intention to shift your perspective on a definition of failure. But redefining failure is the first step. Redefining success is now the other side of that same coin. If the common definition of failure is that I didn't achieve my outcome, the common definition of success is that I achieved the outcome, right? And so we have to redefine both sides in order for this to work. So the new definition of success is from Earl Nightingale, and it was, success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. Success is not the achievement of a goal. Doesn't mean that it's bad to work towards things and achieve things. That's great. That's cool. Celebrate those. But the definition of success, in order to truly be able to overcome fear and move forward, is to realize that it is progressing towards something that is worthy, a worthy goal, a worthy vision, something that is meaningful to you. And you will know, like I did a lot of study into the concept of happiness and the psychology of happiness. And truly, achieving a goal only provides a very short period of happiness. So if our intention is just to achieve the goal, it's like that gives you a spike of happiness, as it should, and celebrate it. But then it becomes normal, and now you're not happy again. So if success is progress, then you can literally be happy every day, and because you're moving in that direction, you're making progress. So that's the foundation that I think, if we can really take on those definitions, it makes it so much easier to take risks, to do things that are scary. So I can get into the three things. I just want to give you an opportunity if you have
that was
thoughts or questions.
That was such a beautiful redefinition, and I love that. I'm gonna steal those. I'm gonna use those.
I'll write it down.
Really,
for you.
really important. Yeah, beautiful. Keep going.
Awesome. So I was pondering just over the past couple of weeks. I knew this was the topic I was going to be sharing here for you guys, and I had kind of come to three main tips that I think would really help to overcome these fears. Actually, before I do, I should probably define what I mean when I say the fear of success, because most of the time people think there's a fear of failure. Like, I don't want to take that risk in case I fail. But there is also a fear of success, and that can mean many things. But one of the fears of success is that people sometimes hold if they're growing a business or even in a health journey, is when I get there, will I be able to sustain it? Like, what if like health or business? If you're working hard towards something and you get there And it's like, once I get there, am I going to be able to sustain it? Because what if it's so hard? And then it's too hard for me to stay there. So I don't even want to go there because I'm scared that it's going to be too hard to stay. That's an example of a fear of success. Another example is leaving people behind. Right? And you probably saw this, Lee, in health journeys, maybe not, maybe. I know like Dynamic Conditioning Center was, a lot of people were really passionate. There was kind of a community feeling. So you'd have friends and connection that was built there. But a lot of times if someone's in a group of people who are not on a health journey and they decide to go off and choose to eat differently or exercise or do things differently, and they get there, it's like, well, now I'm lonely. My friends are all going out for beer and pizza. And I'm just gonna stay home, or I'm gonna be there but not be able to enjoy it. So the fear of success is real. I just want to point out, I'm gonna give you some tips on overcoming fear in general, and you can really apply them to however fear shows up. It's fear of failure or fear of success or anything in between. Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to check because I didn't. Yeah. So the first tip kind of goes back to my redefinition of failure. The first tip is to be willing to take courage, to have courage, to take a risk. You don't need confidence just yet. You need courage. If you're going to do something you've never done before, it takes courage. It takes courage. So when I say like be willing to take courage, be willing to have courage or take courage, like to take a step, it's like be willing to know that your body is going to feel uncomfortable. It's going to feel unfamiliar. It is out of your comfort zone, although it was probably never comfortable to begin with if you were trying to get out of that zone, but it is unfamiliar. So like just recognizing that when you are taking steps towards a big vision in business, in health, in life, in relationships, that there is going to be a feeling inside of you that is going to feel uncomfortable. And you got to check yourself and say, am I willing to take a step even with this feeling? And I do invite people to do an honest check. I don't believe you just feel the fear and do it anyway. I say, feel the fear, check in with yourself. Maybe do an intuitive check or check in with your purpose or vision. Like, feel the fear, check in. Do I truly think this is the right thing for me, even though it's terribly scary? Yes, then take action. So tip 1 is knowing your body is going to feel the feelings of fear. You're going to feel it. Don't try to wait till you have confidence and you have no fear. That doesn't typically exist if you're doing something you've never done before and going after something you've never done before. I feel that feeling. Now I kind of get excited. I'm like, ooh, I feel this fear feeling. It's like, right? Exciting and scary at the same time. And just recognize that your body's going to have those feelings and be willing to do it anyway. It is much easier to be willing to take a step with that feeling of fear and have courage when you know where you're going and you know why you're going there. When you have a vision or a purpose, like when you know where you're going and you know why you're going there, and when you have a new definition of failure. That's why it connects back to that new definition, like because you're willing to get up. If you do fall down on your face and you fail, you can say, okay, yay, good job, I did something I've never done before. Man, I totally messed up, lost a lot of money, lost a lot of time, whatever it is, get back up and keep going. So that's tip number 1. It's kind of a long way around it, but having courage and really leveraging the power of having that different perspective in order to be able to have courage and take action. The second one that I find really works for me and has worked for a lot of my clients is to actually go in your mind, which might sound counterintuitively because I'm a positive person and most people know me as that, but is to go in your mind very temporarily to the worst case scenario. So if you want to start a new business, or you want to sell a business or get out of a business because you want to shift your focus or try something new, if you want to do something that's a big step, even if it's not that big, but as an example, something that's big, and you can't decide, all this fear is building up of what if it doesn't work? What if it whatever, all those fears that come up, go in your mind to the worst case scenario, your version of the worst case scenario in some reason perhaps. But what is the worst case scenario of starting this new business? Is maybe it doesn't work, and in 2 years I've lost $200,000 and all that time. That maybe that's your version of the worst case scenario. You have to decide what is your version. Go there, or what if, or worse, like maybe not worse. Sorry, that's a personal perspective. An alternate worst case scenario might be: I spend all that time, I start this business, I put all this time and money in it, and I sacrifice my family along the way because I'm working 12-hour days, and then therefore I don't give any time to my family, and now I've lost all that time, money, and my family because it didn't work. Go to the worst case scenario and then choose. If that did happen, obviously you're not planning for that to happen. This is why it's a short-term exercise. Then you move on back to vision and goals. But for a period to overcome fear, it is so helpful to go to the worst case scenario in your mind and be free of it. So if that happened, would I be okay? And if the answer is truly no, then you can now make a decision to pivot and say, no, I would not be okay if I sacrificed my whole family and lost all that money. No, if the answer for you is no, then pivot, make a different choice, shift a little bit. And maybe it doesn't mean you can't do that thing. It might mean that you choose to do it in a different way. But that's one of the most powerful things, is to put yourself in the worst case scenario. And if you can say, you know what, I would be okay. I would be okay, because I'm not going to sacrifice my family. I'm not willing to do that. I'm going to choose to do it in this way. And if I did lose that money and I did lose that time, that would suck. It would be really painful, but I would be okay. Because I would, if I, whatever circumstance, you go there, allow yourself to be free of the fear of it. And now you can like freely run towards your goal, because you're not living with this lingering fear of the worst case scenario. So that's just my tip number 2, is be willing to actually think about the worst case scenario, which is kind of funny as a positive psychology and high performance coach. But it's because I want you to be free of that fear, not to focus on it, just to be. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an important exercise.
Yeah.
Because
it does. And it's we often don't do that. We ignore it, or we pretend it's not there, and then it just keeps knocking at our door, and then we keep having that, it takes up space. It's like holding, emotional energy or physical energy sometimes. I heard it said by one of my another friend of mine, a peer in business. He calls it, lag, I think. Now I'm forgetting the actual word, but it's kind of like when a plane is flying, it's like, it's not actually the energy forward that it's trying to focus on. Like even with a car, like a race car, most of their engines are similar. The difference is the aerodynamic nature. They're trying to minimize the drag. Drag is the word, not like. They're trying to minimize the drag, not accelerate faster and not build bigger and bigger engines. It's like literally, I think it's like 80% of their speed comes from minimizing the drag. And that's what this idea is. By going to the worst case scenario, looking at it, maybe there's multiple worst case scenarios, deciding, like, getting free of that, it like takes that weight off your shoulder and you don't have that dragging you back. And now you can run free. So it takes that kind of drag off. The third one that I actually did refer to in our intro is around the practice of gratitude. Sometimes I find it funny to say this because it seems so simple. It seems so simple that it seems insignificant. And yet it has been one of the most significant things in my life and in most of my clients' lives. Because the practice of gratitude as the third way to overcome fear shifts your state. It shifts if you are practicing focusing on, maybe I'll word it differently. If every day you're focusing on all the good things in your life and you're saying, it's a great day. I got 4 hours of sleep. I'm so grateful for that 4 hours of sleep that I got. Instead of, I'm so tired, I only got 4 hours of sleep. Like, if I'm, you know, wow, it's a great day. It's raining. We needed rain so badly. I'm so grateful for the rain. Like now I'm using examples of gratitude for things that could be perceived as negative. And you can also be grateful for things that are positive. Like I'm grateful for my partner. I'm grateful for my children. Getting really specific about things. Like I'm grateful that my son gave me a hug this morning. He's so cute. I just felt that love so much. I'm giving some examples of this because it seems so insignificant. And if people are willing to do this simple thing that is super easy to do and very easy not to do on a consistent basis, it can shift from lack to abundance. It can shift from there's never enough, there's not enough, I have to worry, there's scary things are bad, to this more positive. I think there's this quote, and I don't want to share quotes when I'm having a moment of remembering. I feel like it might have been Einstein, which is kind of a big deal that I'm not remembering the name, but no judgment. He said the most important question you will ever ask yourself in your life is if you believe that you live in a hostile or a friendly universe. A hostile universe is lack, is there's never enough. I didn't get enough sleep. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough time. There's not enough. Friendly universe is things are happening for me. Things are happening as a gift. There is enough. There's enough time. There's enough money. And the daily practice of gratitude is one important way. There are other things that I can suggest, but that's probably one of the most foundational, simple things that you have to get into a feeling state, though. It's not just like write a gratitude list and just check them off, because that's only getting into the conscious part of the mind. If you actually want to change your state, you have to get it into the heart, that you get into the emotional. What feelings come up when you think of that thing? Like really get into a deep emotional state. But that's one of the maybe not the fastest, one of the most effective ways to overcome fear, because the more you start to see the world in a more abundant, friendly way, the more willing you are to take risks and to overcome fear. You don't feel as much fear because you see things for their opportunities instead of focusing on their obstacles. So that's what I'm going to share today. Those are 3 big things. And take some practice and effort and attention, but can make a really profound impact.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's so beautiful, and most of the most profound things are really, really simple. It doesn't have to be. I think we've gotten so good as humans to overcomplicate things and overthink things, and make things so much bigger than they have to be. When it's like, hey, if I can just get my head up, change my state of mind, move out of my head into my heart, be, as you said, change the definition of failure and success, and then be open to the idea that, hey, like I'm going to go into this place of the unknown. And that's really scary at first because I don't know anything about it. But as long as I continue to try, I'm going to be able to get up again and again and again. And pretty soon the unknown is going to be familiar and a much more comfortable place. And I think that's really what we're talking about on day 1 here is just opening up to the idea that, you really can make these changes. But first you have to give yourself permission with some redefinitions, give yourself permission to fall, and as long as you continue to try, you've not failed at anything. The failure is if you don't try it.
Absolutely.
So I really love this and everything that you shared. And I have one more question for you. How do you define peak performance, or what does it mean to you?
That's great. I honestly, I think peak performance for me in some ways is really living in alignment with who you really are, which maybe like knowing who you are, which has unlimited potential, as we all do. Both science and theology have agreed that we can't define your potential. So therefore, it is unlimited. like living, that's who you are. Like we all are. So like living with that perspective of truly knowing, you know, who you are, knowing that you have this unlimited potential and that you have a powerful impact to make on the world, and then being willing to do what I just shared about take courage, being willing to see the worst case scenario and get up, being willing to see a different definition of failure, right? Those who maybe would be defined as peak performers, like a professional athlete, or from that perspective, they know who they are during that time of life, you know, during their athletic career. They are super clear. They know how much potential they have. They are willing to do whatever it takes every day to get to that place. Now, the only thing I would add, that maybe caveat, is that I don't believe that peak performance, and I do not practice this or recommend this to my clients or in my business in any way, that I do not believe peak performance means I have to sacrifice everything that I value. Just sacrifice my family. I have to sacrifice. I have to work so hard because I have, like, that is not my definition of peak performance. And that's when I say alignment with who you really are is unlimited potential, which means you can achieve greatness in your business or in whatever area, while also having value, things that you value, like family or health or other things. And it kind of goes into this concept of flow instead of force, right? You're not forcing your way up the top of the mountain. You're flowing up it more easily. So living who you really are, which is unlimited. And I don't always use the word balance because I don't necessarily think you have to equally balance these different areas of life, but knowing that you can take your values along for the ride. If you don't take your values along for the ride, they're going to sneak up on you anyways. Your values are going to win. You're going to either quit your goal, your business goal, because you value your family too much. Like if you don't intentionally, as a peak performer, intentionally pull yourself together and move yourself forward, likely something's going to crack at some point. So I'm having that.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And that's so what we're talking about, right, is bringing that peak performance into every area of your life so that you're not sacrificing, so that you're not out of balance. And to me, this is what can lead to a peak existence. And that's what my goal is. And, really the reason that we wanted to share this conference with everybody who's viewing. So Nicole, thank you so much for all of your wisdom, for your light, for everything that you're doing in the world to support others in their journey. How can people find you? How can they connect with you? What is it that you are up to in the world? If you want to share a little bit of that, we'd love to connect anybody who's in high resonance with your message today.
For sure, yeah, I would definitely say through social platforms. I do short videos and posts pretty much every day. So just if those who are resonating with this, if you just want to get little nuggets, Nicole Kernahan is my name on Facebook as well as on Instagram. So I definitely love to connect that way, for sure. I do have a website, NicoleKernahan.com. I'm also partnered with Elevated Worldwide, and that's the kind of the coaching company that I really work with and run. Some other operations and coaching with that. So that if they want to go to the full coaching aspect of it, then that's really where you'd probably go to keepelevated.com. But I would love to connect in any platform in any way. I do a lot of events, but most of the events that I do with Elevated, with our company, are actually in person. So we did Dallas. I'm not always there, so we want to connect. But Dallas, Utah, sometimes in California. So you can probably you will always see it on my social platform. I will always be sharing what next events are coming up. So that would be awesome, and it's so exciting. It's like waking up the world. This is what we teach. It's like I teach this, and this is the kind of concepts, is helping people find I like to call it peace and freedom. Not like freedom is not just having more money or a bigger business. Freedom Like that's only one piece of it. That's part of it, and it's fine and it's good. I'm not saying money's bad. Money's great. It's just it's not. It's only one piece of what true freedom and peace are made of. So, yeah.
Absolutely, and you really touch on what these days align to is part of the freedom method, and I'll be talking about that more throughout our 3 days together, and giving you, our audience, glimpses inside of the freedom method and what.
So lots of chat in the comments section about, or lots of comments in the chat section about gratitude and how it looks like I imagine almost everybody here has used gratitude, and just how much shift there's been in your lives. For those who are not responding in the chats, I encourage you, jump in, share your thoughts, get active. Move your bodies, all the things. If you don't have your camera on, bring your camera on so we can connect with you. And I think with that, we're gonna go right into the next one. So we've got one more speaker, then we've got maybe a little brief chat. Then I'm gonna drop you guys into a nice breathing session so that you can just really kind of move into a state of relaxation. And then we've got one more speaker, and then our live panel. So we're moving right along. Thank you all for your presence, for your energy. I know some of you have been here pretty much the entire day, so I'm so grateful for that. And yeah, as I said at the outset, there's so many other places and things you could be spending your time and your attention on, and time and attention and energy is the most valuable commodity that we have. And so I just I'm grateful for you all just showing up and spending your time here and showing up for yourselves first, and that's really what it's all about. Just had a comment here. I observed you live in a no time zone. Your clock is still at 8:42. Yeah, I'm in no time and no space right now, Denise. That was beautiful. And Eva says, if you don't follow your values, they will sneak up on you at some point. Absolutely love this as a reminder to a reason. We need to stay truthful to ourselves every day. Absolutely. I love that. And staying faithful to our values and moving through this, along this path to freedom. And again, kind of step five is aligning to and operating from the higher laws. My imagination is that as we align to these higher laws and we align more, to our values, that we're aligning more to a level of high morality, and then some of the things that Foster talked about in terms of, the deep state and tyranny and control and a lot of the things that I believe we're on the bridge, on the way out of that type of control. A lot of those things will go away, but as it is now, it's like we're in this space of those types of entities that are doing their best to control, that are not really aligned with these higher morals, and therefore out of alignment with the natural law, with the higher laws. So just a little bit of a sidebar there. Okay, so let's jump right back in to Jason. Who's going to be talking about mental health. This is a really powerful conversation.
Welcome back, everybody. We are on day one, and I've got a little surprise. This is actually the only in-person interview that we'll have done over the course of the 3 days. And I'm super excited about this guest. It's a dear friend, longtime friend, We were kids growing up playing hockey and, all kinds of stuff. And I've, just really run the roads for, the last 30 years plus kind of thing. So Jason Ross is a health and safety manager. And today he's going to be talking about mental health, and of course, we're only in day one, and we're talking about this idea of opening up to new possibilities, new perspectives. The idea that we really can, if we want to, we can recreate our personality. We can create a new identity for ourselves. And I think having gone through severe anxiety and panic attacks myself, mental health is something that's not talked about enough. And so, I really can't wait for you to dive into not only your story and your experience, but what you share with people in your line of work and that sort of thing. So thanks so much for being here, Jason. And yeah, just anything else you want to kind of say to intro yourself, and then love you just to dive into the topic.
No problem. So as Lee mentioned, we've known each other for 30 some odd years. I don't like saying that because it ages us a little bit, but we still like to say we're 29, but I think we're looking good for that. But let's move into myself. Yeah, so I'm a health and safety manager. So I've been in this industry for, I want to say, 25 years. I started out early in my career. I think the first 5 years I did emergency response stuff. So it was industrial confined space and high angle rescue. So I would go around basically countrywide, and myself and a team of other rescue techs would basically set up when industrial settings were having shutdowns. So just picture like confined space entries into boilers and high angle stuff over sides of buildings to go work on some pieces of equipment. So my team would go in and we'd set up the rope rescues if your crew was down there fixing the side of a boiler and you were stuck on your line. We'd have to rappel over to get you, or we'd go into an entry into a confined space and pull you out if something was going on. So that's the first 5 years of what I did, and then I ended up being sent out to Fort McMurray on a contract as a health and safety advisor, which was a big eye-opening to me. I'd never really, outside of in and around Ontario, I never went that far out west. So I got shipped out to Fort McMurray in and around when I was about 25 years old as a health and safety coordinator. And I realized what I could do in health and safety. So I switched out of the rescue side, and then I went strictly into health and safety. So from there, I spent, I want to say it was 10 or 12 years in Fort McMurray, bouncing back and forth on a rotational basis. And then for the last, I want to say I've been home for, I'd say 6 years now, still in health and safety. And I've recently moved into the nuclear industry. So now I'm a health and safety manager on a major project at a nuclear center just about 3 hours from home in Chalk River. So that's kind of where I come from and who I am. Now, your second point to that question in regards to mental health. So I had my firsthand experience at mental health about 5 years ago. I was, I'd say, about 30 or 40 days into a project in northern Manitoba, and I was coming out to what we consider fly day. So fly day for our construction rotational work people is a big day. So you've been in sites, and then it's like, oh, mark that on the calendar. That's the day I get to go home with my family. So I'd done a long stretch. I was there for, like I said, probably around 30, 40 days, something like that. And I was driving out of Snow Lake, Manitoba en route to Flin Flon to catch a flight to get home. So it was myself, my director, and my director's assistant, and I drew the short stick, and I ended up having to drive. So it was a cold Manitoba day. It was December 15th, somewhere around there. And as I mentioned, I was in there for a long time, so the exhaustion had set in. The conditions of the road were not good, so I'm white-knuckled. I'm driving down this road. Bob is my director sitting beside me, and what had happened was I thought I was having a heart attack. So picture this: I'm driving down the road, and I'm white-knuckled on this thing, and I'm having a heart attack. Which in my mind, I'm having a heart attack, and I wasn't able to say anything to Bob, but I was going through like heart palpitations. I was sweating profusely. I got stuck in my head. I was tunnel vision, but I couldn't speak at the time. I couldn't say anything. So I was able to manage to get through that. So about 15 minutes down the road, I started to have another episode. Same thing, same heart palpitation, same sweating. couldn't say anything, stuck in my own mind. So about 20 minutes later down the road, I was able to slowly get through that. And then I said to Bob, like, Bob, I'm not feeling so good. I think you're going to have to take over. So I hopped in the back of the vehicle, and for the next 2 hours of the drive, I thought this is going to be the last day that I have on earth, because I still thought I was having a heart attack. I was still feeling the same things, but I really didn't think I was going to make it home to my family based on what I was feeling in the back of that car. And then, fast forward to 6 months, 3 months later, after that scenario, I finally realized that I wasn't having a heart attack and I was having a panic attack. I think you actually were in that Christmas, and yeah, it wasn't even that long. I think you had flown in that Christmas, and we were staying at the house, and we started talking, and then you were the first one to tell me, I don't think you're having a heart attack, you're having a panic attack. So, and that opened up, my eyes to everything to do with mental health. At that time, being in health and safety, people would come to us when they're struggling from, and it could be a number of things, and mental health was one of them. But I really didn't appreciate what they were saying to me until I had that event. And post my own internal event, I've made that my mission moving forward in my role as a health and safety manager, to push mental health as much as I can. And I'm happy to say that's what we're doing now. We can get a little bit deeper into that, but that's where I am. That's how I got into being a mental health advocate, and where we're moving forward with it is exciting things.
Yeah, and we've had a number of conversations, about the guys. You're off site lots of times. You're remote, and you talk about like post-traumatic stress and guys and people being away from their families, and so maybe just talk a little bit more about the situations with your particular line of work, and what you guys are actually doing to support people in moving through these mental health.
Yeah, I can give a little bit more context of basically what rotational work is. So it all depends on where you're at, what kind of project you're at. But you could be gone from anywhere from like 2 weeks to 30 days. Some companies will do a 13 and 7. Some will do a 2 weeks on, 1 week off. Luckily, the project that I'm on, it's only 5 and 2. So for the 5 and 2, for the local people, it's not a big deal. But I still, as you know, I get up on a Sunday night and I leave for work, and I don't get home till Friday night. So to be honest with you, for rotation, that's a drive-in, drive-out rotation. But that's the best one that I've had, considering that it used to take me a couple days to get to work and a couple days to get home. So when you're thinking about that, you're up, you've got a small family, and then I'm going to hop on a plane and I'm going to take 2 days to get to work, and then I'm going to be there at work for anywhere from 14 to 30 days, like I mentioned. And then you're isolated from everything. Like you live in a camp, you've got a work family basically, because you see your work colleagues more than your family. And while you're there, it's you get up, you work. Some guys will either do what I do, go to the gym, or there's a lot of folks up there that will do the opposite, and they'll go to the bar and they'll drink, and they'll go to the party scene. But it depends on where you're at, I think, in your life, of what direction you take. But it's the fact that you're gone from your families, you miss birthdays and celebrations and weddings and all that kind of stuff. Like, you sacrifice so much to go away to make a good life for yourself and your family, but you're sacrificing everything that's involved with your family and the celebrations on the flip side, right? So that's kind of how rotational work works in a nutshell.
Well, and I love that you mentioned sacrifice, because we're really talking about and speaking to people that are in this, what we're calling blue collar mindset.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're a CEO or a construction worker or an entrepreneur. If you're sacrificing certain areas of your life, whether it be your health or your relationships or family or even fulfillment, then you're out of balance. So what is it that you would say to not only the people that you work with, but people all over the world that are kind of in this place of self-sacrifice because they're chasing money, or they're chasing things that maybe are taking them out of balance in life?
Yeah, well, for sure. I think we talk a lot in our industry where it's work-life balance, and anybody that works like this or around the world that may be listening to this, we all know that saying that's one thing, but doing it is completely different, right? So for me anyways, I've been doing this for a long time, so I've got a deep rooted responsibility that I feel if I'm not at work that things aren't going to be done the way they need to be, or I'm going to miss something that I should have been there for. So even on vacation, I was on vacation last week, and I'm answering phones, I'm taking emails, I'm doing Teams calls, and I was on one specifically for mental health, and one of the people, culture directors, he's like, "Jay, you're spearheading mental health, and you just told me you're on vacation. What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Well, this was an important meeting, and I needed to be there. But moving forward, when I take vacation, I need to be able to do that." And for people listening, like, you need to be able to disengage from those, from the work areas, from being 2 seconds from picking up a phone. And we all have a responsibility at work, but we also have a responsibility for our lives and our families and our own mental health. So just, being able to separate and walk away from work is something we have to be able to do. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
So what are the steps that you're taking within your business and in your line of work to support people in their mental health, and then what are maybe some of the tools and that sort of thing that people can start to lean on once they open up to the idea and start talking about it?
Yeah, we're talking about it is the big thing, right? So I'm excited to say we're doing all kinds of good things. So people that are, within corporations here, they're probably familiar with ERG. So an ERG is an employee resource group. So that is employee driven. So it's not from the senior folks, it's from the employees themselves. So I work for a company called Bird Construction, and we're a major construction company across Canada and into the States right now. So I'm happy to say that I started the first employee resource group wrapped around mental health awareness. So what we're doing there, and this is in its infant stages, we started spring of this year. So we're just kind of working on our mandates and putting the steps in place as a broader spectrum to be able to support our employees. Currently, we do monthly meetings within our own ERG team. Within the ERG structure, we have an executive sponsor, which is very exciting for my company to be able to support. And within that, then we look at being able to identify any gaps that we see within our own company, any industry best practice that other companies are doing to be able to support mental health. We're doing initiatives like holding an annual conference in regards to bringing in a special speaker or two to talk about, could be anything from PTSD to it could be a specialist with cold therapy to come in and teach us on breathing and cold therapy. So we are, again, in our infant stages to be able to develop that at a broader stage at an executive level to make sure that our employees know that we have the resources available to be able to support people that are dealing with a mental health issue within an organization. So
I love that.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm really excited about this. So
That's cool.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to your story and how you said that you couldn't say anything when you're going through that.
Yeah.
So somebody who's this is new to them and they're just starting to deal with this stuff, or they're just opening up to the idea that maybe there is something going on.
Yeah.
What would you do, or what would you say to encourage them to speak up, that it's okay to talk about it?
Yeah, for sure. And that was a struggle for me, for sure. Like, even when it first happened, I'm glad you were around too, because I know you had some issues. I think to answer that question is you got to find, and hopefully you have somebody within your circle that you can lean to, but find that one person in your circle that you're able to open up. The person that you feel most comfortable with could be a family member, could be a friend, could be an old coach, could be somebody that you've met at the gym if you don't have a real close circle, but find that one person that you feel like you can open up and have a conversation with. Because I guarantee you, they say now 1 in every 3 in a room has suffered or knows somebody that's suffering with mental health. So if you're able to just open up and have that conversation, the person that you're going to talk to, if they don't have direct experience, they're going to know somebody, 2 people away that can assist you with what you're going through, right? And it's hard. There's a stigma within, especially construction industry, for folks and guys that look like myself to be able to talk about mental health, and breaking that stigma is the biggest thing that we need to be able to do moving forward. So guys feel comfortable. And I will speak guys a lot because I find, women are able to talk about it a little bit easier than we are. So it's guys like myself that are able to find that person to have a closed door conversation with and say, listen, I'm not having a good day. I need a little bit of help. And we're slowly getting there. I find it's changed since when I got into the industry. It's changed tenfold. So, and we're getting better and better as we go.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you spoke to that because as a man, we're not taught to speak. We're not taught to be vulnerable. We're taught that we've got to be the protector. We've got to have things handled. We've got to take care of everything. And so, as you said, to be able to break that stigma and actually begin to open up and start to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
There's a huge movement right now that's speaking to just that. So it's really, really important.
That is for sure. And even in the construction industry, because it's primarily male dominated. So I find that the major companies right now, the major contractors that I'm familiar with, are all taking these steps to move forward to be able to have these messages. Bell Let's Talk Day is a big day for mental health. So I had the pleasure of speaking in regard on behalf of my company, but I see that industry wide, a lot of companies are doing that. So and it comes from the executive level, right? So if your executives aren't buying into that path forward, then that's going to be a problem. So to me, I would say mental health is the future of construction industry, because if your workers aren't in mentally health in a good spot mentally, that could correlate into major things. It could correlate into incidents on your site. It could correlate into lack of production. The multitude of items that it could hit based on mental health of their employees, it goes a long way, right? So
yeah, absolutely. And staying in that kind of same line of thinking that guys kind of think like they have it all handled, or they can take care of it themselves, or that they don't need help. What would you say to some guys that still kind of carry that mentality?
Get past it, dude. Get past it. Like, we still do. There's still folks. There's still guys. There's still people that I know that are still friends of ours that are like that, right? And I don't know. It's just accepting the fact that those are the old ways and that there's new ways. And we're so driven into being that tough guy that it took me a long time to be able to get past it, right? So take it firsthand from me. Like it's so much better on the other side when you speak about it, that you feel like there's a weight that's taken off your chest. It feels so much better. And the weight before talking is heavy. But I'm telling you, once that foot comes off the chest and you're opening up about it, it's mind blowing, right? It feels so much lighter when you can be able to do that. We had a meeting. I stepped into a meeting at work last week, and there was a training session going on. The facilitator says, "What's your company doing for mental health?" And I just walked in at that time, and I said, "Well, there's a guy right here in my training session that was, a pinnacle part of my own mental health, because there's two people at that time that knew that if I was having an anxiety attack, that I'd come in and I'd put my hand up." So that where the facilitation was going on, where it was actually the room. So I walked into that room and the question was asked, and I said, "Well, this gentleman here about 2 months ago was in this exact room, and I walked in and I put my hand up, him and my construction manager, and they both knew at that time that I was struggling. So they took me away and they put me into a safe room, and they were able to talk me out of my anxiety attack. They knew that I couldn't be at work, that it was so deep that they needed to remove me. So they facilitated getting me off my site. So those are the types of people, those are the types of questions, those are the types of things that you can open up about once you're able to get past that stigma of I can't talk about it.
I love that. And what's coming to mind right now is that strong men can be vulnerable. Strong men can ask for help.
Absolutely.
And it's such a shift in mindset to what we grew up with.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think the stronger man is able to be vulnerable now. That's it's not just the pretending like you're a rock. You're able to. It shows that you're a stronger person to be able to open up about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that. So we've been talking about peak performance as well. And again, I think there's this misconception or this program in society that says you can only be a peak performer in one area. Maybe it's business, maybe it's with achieving and making money or something like that. But you're going to sacrifice peak performance in every other area.
Yeah.
You're going to sacrifice your health or your relationships. So, what does peak performance mean to you?
To me, it's well rounded, right? Like you can't. I spent 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, I guess, training in the gym, and it was before it was physical. All I wanted to look on was the outside. That was my peak performance. As long as my body looked good, I was great. Then I realized over the years that's not the case. So I got into the spiritual side of things. So I'm wrapping the physical and the spiritual, and then the mental side comes in. So it's having being capable of understanding that you need all three of those things, or if you have a fourth or a fifth that you feel it's in your realm, is being able to put enough into each of those pots to be able to make yourself feel full. And to me, that's peak performance, right?
Love that. Love that. Jason, anything else you want to leave her with today that about mental health or what they can do to really kind of take their power, take their life back, and put it into their own hands?
To be honest with you, I think that we've covered a lot of the things, but just be accepting, be open to trying new things. If one avenue is not working for you, sort something else out. If the person that you're talking to, maybe you have a specialist or a psychologist. If you don't feel that fit with that person, move on to the next person. If you're stuck and you don't have somebody to talk to, there's so many resources out there that you can look into now that if it's not in your circle, there's areas, there's avenues, there's people that you can reach out to. So
it's amazing. That's amazing. Jason, thanks so much for being here, man. It's such an honor for me to be friends with you, and it's been it's what seems like 1,000 years, but
sure, we got 1,000.
We got 1,000 more to go, and just super grateful for you being here and sharing your wisdom.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Cool.
Okay. Thanks all, and we've got much more. We're only in day one, so we're really just getting started. Stay tuned.
Okay, wow. So a lot of vulnerability shared from Brother Jason in that, and it opened up some stuff in the discussion, and there's I wanted to chat about this just for a moment because as he said, 1 in 3 people in a room are dealing with some form of mental health issues, and this is in part where this conference came from, I imagine, and the seed was planted for me when I was really young, and felt all alone and had anxiety and dealt with these panic attacks, and that was the start of my journey, which is culminated to this point. But it's it really is such an important topic that I think now more and more is coming out into the open for us to be able to discuss. But why do you guys think that it's such a prevailing problem in society, and how does it develop? How does why do we perceive it as something that we shouldn't talk about? And I've got a couple of things. Like I feel like it's fitting into the boxes, whether it's in school. I mean, it starts in school. Fitting into societal roles and rules and expectations, as I mentioned before. This idea of feeling stuck or trapped or really living a life designed for somebody else. So, what do you guys feel? If we have a 5 or 10 minutes here, is there anything coming forward for any of you that this topic brought up? Any kind of feelings, anything that you've been dealing with yourself? I know Rochelle commented, anxiety and panic attacks are much more common than we realize when we're going through it. I feel society has